All right, all right. All right, here we go. We are ready to jump in. I'd like to wait a second, at least until I can see that there's one concurrent viewer on. Right now, YouTube shows there's not a viewer, but it's not exactly, it's like delayed a little bit. So there could still be a viewer, and I just don't know it yet. So I need to either see that number pop up, or somebody needs to say in the chat that they're on. So as soon as somebody shows that they're on, we'll really get going, but I just want to wait at least until somebody gets on. To inform my friends about the stream. It seems like at least a couple of friends will be joining as well. Plus, I do have a couple of typical viewers as well. But I did kind of post this stream last minute, so we'll see if any of those people join. I do have a little bit of a plan. Not much, but a little bit of things I'd like to do tonight. We will see. Let's see how our stream is looking over on the YouTube side of things. Use an audio stream bitrate of 128. Looks like we do have one concurrent viewer. I appreciate you joining. We are going to go ahead and be loading in. I'm just curious how my audio sounds. YouTube is saying my bitrate is like 0, which doesn't make sense because everything else seems to be okay. So I'm curious because I can't really hear myself on the stream. So I'm curious how my audio sounds, the voice and the gameplay, and we are about to jump in. So we can go ahead and just go ahead and start, and then I appreciate somebody in the chat saying how the audio is. So let's go ahead and jump into the game here. So we have some plans for tonight. As the title says, we have a few fields here that are ready to be planted. We'll have to plant and then spray to get the full 100% fertilization going. And because for the calendar, we need to wait one more month for wheat. If we go down here, wheat can plant in September. So we need to wait 1 month before we can plant. That's fine. And now if I go over here to my grass field, because I decided to plant the grass in the biggest open field, that just seems to be the easiest way to bale hay, is to have one single field. You can see we've got our fertilization up to 100%. Our yield bonus is 92%. All we need is rolling, and that would put that at like 95%, I believe. So we're doing really good for the yield of this field. We just need to wait one more day, and we'll be able to get our first hay cut in. That would be nice. Let's see. So we're going. We can tab over here to make our life a little bit easier. So we have a bunch of straw right now. Shut this door. So we have a bunch of straw right now. Is there another way? Oh yeah, just gotta click. So I have a bunch of straw bales right now. Check on our cows. I think we can see it from here. Our TMR is really low, so we really need hay. And I did, at least to help myself with that, what I did is all of my young cows got moved to here, which we also need a bale of hay to start feeding them, and also haul some water, which I think, excuse me, I think if I looked at my vehicles right now, I don't think I even have a way to transport water. I believe I'd have to lease a tool to do that. Yeah. Okay, that's what I was thinking, but I wasn't too sure. So, I guess the first thing I'll do is we'll go ahead and get some water, maybe, or I'm really not too concerned. We have a while before those cows can even start producing milk. So what we'll do is we're going to go ahead and just wait the extra month we need to wait. That way we can go ahead and get planting started for the wheat, and also get that first cut of hay in finally. Because the problem was I was having to go to the store to buy hay and the silage and everything to make the TMR, and it's so expensive. I mean, that was like $3,000 a month to do that. So now I finally was able to plant the grass field. So now we can really start making that stuff ourselves and save all that kind of money. and then we could sell the milk or start finally doing the dairy production too. That's what I want to do. When that really happens too, our money's really going to spike. So we're really finally heading in a really good direction. So let's go ahead and sleep to the next day. I appreciate it. Looks like I do have a viewer sneaking in, so I appreciate you coming in. Let's see. We'll go ahead and get this party started. And I'm also planning on releasing a edited video tomorrow, hopefully around like noon Central Time. There we go. So now we're good to go for planting again. So I'll go ahead and now double check our calendar. Wheat is good to plant. I'd rather use this tractor to run the seeder. It just has more horsepower than the other one. So I'm trying to think. Well, he probably really needs to run the baler. The small tractor really needs to run the seeder. Let's go ahead and get him going here. All right. Yep, I need to make some TMR soon. You can see it's kind of how we thought it. I want to do AI worker. Work headlands, yes. Width is correct. Start with the up and downs, that'd be fine. Don't need to skip any lines. We want to start with wheat. And higher. So now... And he's going to start with the up and down, so we'll let the AI get going on this field, and then we'll transition over. We're literally just going to wait here just a second just to make sure he gets all lined up. Does what he's supposed to be doing, because sometimes they get a little wonky. There we go. He just did like the littlest strip. He's doing some awkward angle, like diagonals is what he's doing right now. There we go. Now I'm going to go ahead and hop out. Is he getting that extra fertilization on this? Yes, he is. So we don't have to run the fertilizer after he gets done planting all this. So that'd be nice. I thought we were going to have to spray it, but it looks like our seeder is able to do the fertilization. So that'd be nice. All right, now we need to go ahead. So I don't own any equipment to actually cut the hay. And first we'll verify that it is ready to cut. I believe it should be, but we'll double check. And what's so nice about grass is you can get multiple cuts in a year, like literally 3 or 4 cuts. So you can get a bunch of hay in a year if you just have one decent field. And boom, it is ready to harvest. Now, if I were to wait another month, the grass would appear taller, but the yield would be exactly the same. So there's no reason to wait an extra month. It says ready to harvest. Let's cut it. So in order to do this, I need to go over here to equipment. Well, first, let's check our existing tractor. We don't need to get a mower that's going to be more than our tractor can handle. If you go, yeah, here we go. Vehicles. Go over here to, yeah, this guy. 136 horsepower. So we need to buy mowers that won't exceed that horsepower requirement. Yield improvements, we don't care. Forage grassland, we need some mowers. 60 horsepower and 120. That tells me it needs like a total of about 180. And I think this one may do it. Yeah, this one does 100 horsepower. The width is 3.9. So it won't be quite as wide, but the mower cuts grass. 110 horsepower, 180 horsepower. Yeah, so eventually we'll get a upgraded mower, but for now, we'll just lease this side one. We'll go to details. We'll do a lease for now, because I really don't want to spend all my money. So $841 is fine. We're going to get way more than $841 worth of grass from this. And then we won't use that yet. What I was thinking is we still need to get a baler, but we'll wait to grab that. So let's go get our mower. We go ahead and start cutting the grass while our AI is planting our wheat field over here. That'll be nice. So we're really about to get our second gear really going here on the farm. Excuse me. A little bit of science is going on tonight. And then the attachment to the front of my tractor here lets me move round bales pretty easily. It would also work on square bales. I also have a mixer back by the barn that can make TMR. And I can use one small round bale of hay, one small round bale of silage, and like half of a straw bale, and that'll give me my full TMR mix for that container, for that mixer. So probably what we're going to do for this, we're going to mow all of it at once. Then we'll windrow like half the field, fill that directly to get the hay, and then we'll run the tedder on the other half of the field, and then bale that stuff to get silage. So let's get this mower, get on out of here. And what's nice is the steering assist and the AI knows the offset for this equipment here. Like you see this mower, it'll fold off to one side of the tractor, but the driving settings are smart enough to automatically adjust for that. So let's go ahead and run over here to our grass field. I had full intentions of streaming last week, but just a lot going on, so I ended up having a 2-week break. I also have a edited video I plan on releasing tomorrow. I just have about maybe 30 minutes of editing, including making the thumbnail left for that, so I'm hoping to get up early enough tomorrow to knock out that video and go ahead and get it out sometime tomorrow morning. And I'm just going to give you guys some basic steps to take when you do start your playthrough on how to kind of get it started, how to make a decent amount of money, and all that. So come to a stop. Let steering assist, fields, work direction, automatic. See, it automatically spits out your side offset. Show lines. Okay. Here we go. Unfold. Lower. And turn it on. And all I have to do is hold the W key, and it just holds me to that line, which is awesome. Like, they did a good job of including this, because this was actually like a mod type of thing in Farm Sim 22. I need to go a little bit more over. Kind of missed that a little bit. That's okay. It's easy enough to clean up. Yeah, we're going to get all this field mowed. Something nice. And then hopefully our AI can finish doing all the planting soon, and then AI can come over here and help us mow and bale and everything later. You see how it's even good at holding those wider turns, which is nice. It can't handle sharper turns, but if it's a nice smooth wide turn like that, it's really good at staying locked on. I'll back it on up. Nope. It flashed the right line for a second. There we go. Why is it not? It's not lowering for some reason. Oh, I must have bumped the key. Well, that was weird. I don't know why it did all that. There we go. Yeah, that was very weird. I must have bumped the G key or the Q key, which is very common for me to do. Because if you hit the G key, I mean, it'll transition to which tool it's selecting. So I think that's what happened. I just bumped that key accidentally. It's very easy to do. Especially when you have to lock onto these lines by hitting the H key, so it's very easy to accidentally bump the G key while doing that. Okay, that's... got that. My next line will be somewhere around here, I believe. Yeah, there it is. Hold on. There we go. For whatever reason, it loses it right here. That's a really not a sharp turn at all, so I don't know why it exactly loses it. Yeah, we'll get all this mode and we'll have a really nice yield. Now, once we get done... yeah, let's go ahead and move all that. Now shift over. So it should be a line somewhere in here. There it is. Found the line. Disappeared on me. So we're doing okay on gas. We have a little bit over half a tank. So that's good right now. Yeah, we are cruising. Let's go ahead and check on our AI because I'm concerned he may be done. Oh no, he's doing the headlands now. Alright, cool. Turn it on. Keep going. And there we go. Nice and clean. We may have to... oh, nope, it got all that. Cool. I didn't know if it would or not. All right. Now, that's done. Let's see, which way does it want me to go? Is it out here? Yeah, I see. Hold on, it's tricky to do it at first. Oh, I had it. Went away. It's just these ends are difficult to do. Okay, then we can swap over here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not even the line that's popped up. Sometimes it will lock onto a different line than what it showed. Sometimes you have to be careful with that and pay a little bit closer attention. Go. Lift up. Excuse me. What we may start doing is like every other line to make it a little bit easier on ourselves. There we go. And I might even worry about locking on, actually. I may just do it. Won't be the cleanest thing in the world. Like, I might have to come back every now and then, but I think it's just generally going to be a little bit faster Just gonna kind of guess. It's hard to drive on grass. It's cut like that. It acts like it's almost like hard ground, so it's like super bumpy. And then you lose traction trying to turn everything. And for this, I'm gonna swing out a little bit. Because I have a little bit of freedom on how exactly I do this. I mean, nobody says you have to follow those lines, right? You don't even have to turn on the lines. It's up to you. Play the game how you see fit, how you want to do your playthrough, right? So, however you guys want to cut your fields or plant or do whatever. I'm not here to judge. There we go. Very nice, very satisfying. Zoom in through here. There we go. A little lined up. There we go. That's a little bit better. But yeah, we'll get all this mode here pretty soon. We're probably even going to sell some of this hay and silage. I can see us selling even like half of that. Because for the whole year, I only need, let's see, I think it was like every 3 months maybe I need to do a load. So I only need like 4 bales of each, really, to get me through the year. So I can sell a lot of my hay and silage bales, which would be nice. I like at least showing the lines, because then it's easier for me to at least kind of see that I'm going pretty square and not too far off as far as like the direction and stuff. And then this, we're just going to go ahead and back up and mow that. For some reason, whenever you back up, it doesn't cut it. You have to drive over it going forward. Go. Shimmy down this line. Let's see what our AI is doing real fast. Alright. So he's almost done with his header. He has one more time around the field and he'll be done seeding this field, so that'll be nice. Back on. Went a little bit too far off there. Let's bring it back in a little bit. If you didn't trust to do this yourself, trust yourself to do this, you could lock on to the lines and everything, but in this case, I'm happy just kind of seeing the lines to make sure I kind of keep my direction right. Other than that, though, I don't care about being exactly where the lines are. As long as it all gets mowed, like that little bit I just missed, we'll back up and get it. As long as everything gets mowed, I really don't care. And then we're going to have to shift back over a little bit because of this blotch. I got too far over. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Now I am thinking about starting a edited playthrough as well, and what that's going to look like is that I won't be editing the streams. I mean, because each stream is going to be around like 4 to 6 hours, honestly. So because of that, it's going to be such a pain to edit out all this stuff and break it down to like 30-minute episodes. So my plan is to start a separate playthrough that's for like an edited series. Just because like everything that's going on too in my life, it's hard for me to stream a lot because like really all my kids only not home on a Thursday night because my mother-in-law likes to keep them on Thursday nights. So it's easier for me to like have an hour available maybe a day, but to have like 6 for a stream is nearly impossible every day, you know, or sometimes even once a week, right? So I think I'm going to start doing pre-recorded stuff for an edited series as well, just to get some episodes out there that are like 30 to 45-ish minutes long would be good, I think. That seems to be the most watched kind of VOD links that people like to watch for this game, which is fair. And hopefully that'll be like 30 minutes of basically unedited videos, what I'd like to do for an edited series. So we'll see, just kind of record like 30 minutes at a time. See, we're about halfway done mowing this field. We need to check our AI here again in just a minute, see how he's doing in the one wheat field he's planting for us. So we are cruising along. Looks like I have one concurrent viewer, so I appreciate you swinging by. We're having fun. I'm getting our first cut of hay for the year here. Really, it's our first cut of hay ever. We just planted this in the last stream, and now it's finally ready for us to cut and make some serious money off of it. So that'll be nice. Because really, to get us through the year of feeding the current cows we have, we only need to save about 8 total bales. So we'll be able to sell a lot of the bales we get from this field. So that'll be huge. Right now I had to lease the mower we're using for like 800 bucks. But, you know, like 1 bale of hay is going to pay for that. Because hay actually sells for really good in this game. So you can get some decent money. Even if you're not feeding the cows with your hay, you're just cutting hay to sell it. You can make a pretty good amount of money. Plus, like in real life, you actually get like 4 cuts of hay in the year from a grass field. You can cut it like every 2 months. So you can get a lot of hay in a year. It gets a little bumpy. It doesn't really know how to drive on these bumpy like mounds of grass. It almost acts like it's hard ground and doesn't deform very well. So sometimes like turning in this stuff, it's hard for your tractor to keep traction. But it is what it is. But I hope everybody had a good work week. You know, if you're a regular 5-day-a-week person, you only got 1 day of the week left, and then it's the weekend. Whether you're a late shift worker or you're working a regular 9 to 5, I do appreciate you swinging by. Personally, when I'm working, I do like listening to other people stream the game and listen to them while I like to work. Just gives me a little bit of a background noise, plus I like to see how different people play the game. Could lower this. Tell you what though, before we do this row, let's tab again. What is our AI doing? Hold on, let's dismiss him and fix his mess up here, backing this thing up. Good grief. Yeah, sometimes your AI can get really wonky like that, and you have to kind of set him straight. Let's see if that kind of gets him set up better. Or her. Let's see. Yeah, there you go. Much better. I don't know why I did that. All right. Back to here. X to turn on. Oop, I mean B to turn on. X is to fold. There we go. Right now I'm showing the lines, not locking on to the lines. I feel like for me right now, locking on the lines just kind of slows me down trying to mow this. So I like to show the line so I kind of keep my angle right. But I'm not taking the time to lock on the GPS and everything. I just want to see the lines. Make it a little bit faster. 3 concurrent viewers now. I appreciate you guys swinging by. Let's see. Yep, there's that. Row done. Swing back around. Right now, just basically mowing between the white lines is the idea. That's how it kind of works out right now. There we go. Got my caffeine going. Because I plan on streaming at least for like another 5-ish hours, probably. Like until 2 o'clock in the morning. Right now, it's 9:30 where I'm at. As long as one person is still on then I'll be streaming. I like streaming regardless if it's one person or 6 people watching. I don't care, as long as somebody's watching, I'm entertaining somebody. I'm totally fine with keep on streaming as long as I have the energy and the willpower to keep streaming. Let's see. Yep, got that. I was worried about to miss that, so that's nice. Then AI should be done here really, really soon with that one wheat field, and we'll move on to the next wheat field. Eventually, I need to lease a plow. Then we combine all those 3 individual fields into one bigger field, and that would make that process a lot quicker. Kind of got off a little bit there, but we were able to clean it up, so that works. This game, in some ways, is a lot like real farming, where it's like, unless you have a pretty big farm, there's not a lot to do in between cuts and harvests. Which hopefully we're about to change that here really soon. I'm hoping we're going to get enough money to really get going in like the dairy production. That'll be nice. Because then we'll have to be moving product around and hauling more product to go sell and all that stuff. So I'm really hoping here, if we get our first cut of hay or 2, that we'll really have some money that we can make some moves with. Because much like real life, it takes money in this game to make money. No, not entirely. There are ways you can make money essentially with no investment, which we may do a little bit of that tonight too once we get our task done we wanted to start the stream. Let's see. Check the AI again. I'm going to dismiss. Lower myself. Turn on. Then we'll just pull the rest of this myself. And then we'll get AI going on the next field over. So that'll be good. So we're about to get this wheat field finished and planted, and it will be at 100% fertilization, so that'll be nice. Don't forget to download the new driver to run my game better. Oh, gotcha. So I'm assuming the Colton that... Which I saw there was a game update. Which I know that changed a little bit. I don't know how much it really changed. Alright, let's see. So we'll get AI thrown back in here. Let's actually get him going on the long side first. Get semi lined up because sometimes the AI has some trouble getting lined up, so we'll kind of get it started for him a little bit. Kind of, sort of, kind of. NVIDIA driver, as long as you have it. Some people have their FPS double. Gotcha. Yeah, I think right now my FPS should be like 90. So unless there's something wrong with the bit rate, it should be good. 4.4 meters. Headlands on. Start with. I don't have crop destruction on, so I'm gonna tell it to start with the headland. Get going on that. Because it should. Yeah, in the bottom of my screen here it says I have 95 FPS right now. So I'm just wondering if there's something going on there with how it's showing my FPS through the stream may not be the way I actually see it. So again, it could be maybe a bit rate issue I need to look at, or if I need to change my FPS. Just pointing out, since it's the first time they have done a driver optimization for Farm Sim 25, stream looks good. Okay, gotcha. Appreciate you letting me know though that the stream looks good. Because like the way I preview it on my end isn't always necessarily the way you guys see it on your end, so I appreciate what people kind of give me a heads up. Plus, I'm curious too how the audio sounds, like, you know, the level between my voice and the game, if there's enough differential there, or something needs a bit turned up. But yeah, it's really awesome that they updated the driver for the game. So I didn't even know they did that. I'll have to get on NVIDIA and do that. Right now I have a 4060 Ti, which I'm impressed with how well this graphics card is running this game. Because I basically have everything else set to ultra, except for fog I think is high or maybe medium. And then maybe like my load-in distance is just reduced a little bit, but not by much. I mean, this game looks really good. Audio sounds just fine. Awesome, man. Appreciate you letting me know. So we are almost done cutting the hay. And then we have a plan of how we're going to be getting a little bit of hay and a little bit of silage from this field in the first cut, because I need both. Because I really need to make my own TMR as soon as I can versus having to buy the hay and silage for it. So that's kind of our main plan here for this first cut. But again, I should only need to save like 4 bales of each and then sell the rest, basically. Really 5 bales of hay and 4 of silage, because we need to grab 1 bale of hay and drop it off to our cow pen that just has the calves in it. They just need to have hay just to feed them, really, there, because they don't start production until they're like 18 months old. So I just want to kind of keep their health high, so that way when they do mature to become cows and start producing milk, then it's really easy. Once I transfer them over there, their health is already good. So as soon as they start eating some TMR in like a month, next month or two, they can start production. So that'll be good. I think healthy, they will just automatically start production. They just won't reproduce for a few months. So that'll be fine. So that's kind of our plan. Once we get all this cut, we'll have to rent or lease a baler and a windrower, and really a tedder too. For some reason it keeps kind of bumping over. That's probably our best turn. Oh, almost was. We just missed that little bit right there. There we go. Now we're cruising. Run with 3060. These 12 gigabyte VRAM is a savior with some games. Yeah, exactly. For sure, man. Because I had I was running something that had like 8 gigs of VRAM, and I knew there was no way to do that. And then I upgraded to a 3060 Ti I got used. And then I'm upgraded to the 4060, and yeah, it's just been wild. Which, I mean, even granted, like the 3060 Ti was honestly doing enough. So, I mean, it was running all the games I wanted to run. I just wanted a little bit more FPS out of it. But, I mean, really though, like a 3060 Ti, I mean, it can get a lot for you. I mean, unless you're trying to do like 4K gaming, there's nothing wrong with a 3060 Ti. Honestly. There's just some people who will go crazy and just, you know, spend whatever they can, like the most expensive GPU they can afford, whether or not they actually need it for what they use it for or not. Like, I mean, that's kind of crazy. I'd rather get a GPU that does what I need it to do and keep some money in the bank, you know? Oh, excuse me. There we go. I can run 4K, but it usually maxes out at 50 to 70-ish on most games. Nice, yeah, because I bet on like those FPS games, you know, those first-person shooters, I bet the 3060 Ti really does well. Because a lot of them aren't actually like really high demanding games, but at the end, 12 gigs of VRAM really helps. That's for sure. 8 gigs. Even some of the, you know, those smaller games can still max out your 8 gigs of VRAM. So if you have 12, that's really helpful. All right. Ooh, we only have like 2 more passes left. We're almost there. I don't know why it keeps... I think... Yeah, it's almost like when another line turns yellow, it's like trying to turn towards it, even though I'm not turning it towards it. It's kind of odd. Because I mean, I'm holding all other fingers off of the keyboard, just holding the W key, and it still kind of tweaks on me like that. Now, I don't know if it has anything to do with the grass being bumpy, but it always snaps at the same angle. So to me, it can't be the grass that's making that do that, but I don't know, maybe it is. We're gonna have the thinnest little strip to come back for. That's all right. We'll get her done. Pick it up. Look at that little strip we missed, and then we're gonna go rent a windrower. The ground is so tough for some reason it messes with your steering. Yeah, it's like it doesn't really realize that the strip is always there when cutting hay. Oh yeah, I got you, Ryan. Which appreciate you swinging by, man. And this game is pretty fun. Yeah, I can see that. Like, I've also got into actually watching some like actual farmers on YouTube as well. There's actually this little strip too back here, and it was funny. I was watching one guy. He does corn. You know, they have literally like 1,000 acres, and sometimes they'll come over a hill and can't stay in line. And then I caught the end of one video where they had to, you know, they're using like, I don't know, like a 10-foot header, and they had to come back and cut just like 2 little rows of corn that they missed in the middle of the field. So I'm sure it's super common in farming to get off, especially if you don't use GPS. I'm sure it's super, super easy. Well, there we go. So that means we are done with this mower. So what we need to do now is go ahead and run this mower back. I'm trying to think is there any way I can attach anything to the front? I don't think anything will attach to the front, so I'm going to have to take 2 trips to get the windrower and the baler, but that's all right. There is a mod that'll let you, well, at least there was in 22. I don't know if it's actually released yet onto 25, but there was a mod that will let you pull the windrower or the tedder and then pull the baler right behind it. It was like a modded windrower that you could attach a baler behind, so that really accelerated the process. But we do not have that yet, as far as I'm aware, which eventually I may actually get mods, but for now I really don't want to do mods. I feel like there's so many new people right now coming into the game that I'd rather not have mods, just so people can kind of see the base game and decide for themselves if that makes it worth it or not. Stand baling hay. Gotcha. Yeah, it can get a pretty roof. I don't need to drive over all the way over there. What am I doing? Let's go over here. Vehicles. I wish there was a separate tab to see like what vehicles you've leased or anything, but you have to see the leasing cost. That's the quickest way to find it. Anyways, you just say return. Thank you. Hit the P key on PC to get to the baling. Now we know we want to be able to wrap to get silage. There's a way you can like get a bunker and do that. I'm just annoying stopping and waiting and releasing. Then I do grass. I trailer it and use it for animals. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't blame you at all, man. That can be super frustrating. See, I don't want to do square. I like to do, oh, I'm in square balers. What a goober. Here we go. I like doing round bales because my TMR mixer works perfect for the small round bales. I can get 1 round bale of hay and 1 round bale of silage, and that'll give me my appropriate ratio, and it'll also like fill it up. Usually I throw in like a half a bale of straw on top of that too. But so this is the first baler that will let me do wrapping, and it only does 125 centimeters, which is definitely what we want. Customize. Well, again, we are going to lease it. Eventually, we will buy our own. But that's going to take a while. $5,000. It sounds like a lot, but on the raker, so it gets bad enough. Oh, gotcha, Ryan. Yeah, it's worth it. I mean, we're actually going to be netting a ton of money from doing this, so it's worth to lease it. Now, what they added in Farm Sim 25 too is that the wrap in these balers are actually consumable. So if you use up all the wrap, you can use up all the wrap that's in these balers and the round bale net, as you can see as well in that corner. So then you have to buy more wrap and net from the store and come back and restock it. It used to not be that way. It used to you'd buy a baler and that was it. There was no consumables, but now it's actually a consumable. Which, I mean, that just adds a little bit more Adds another touch of realism. Sometimes we set little hay bales on fire for fire department training. The best use for them. Gotcha. Yeah, for the most part around here, at least people in my town, most of them do like small square bales, and they use that to like feed their horses and stuff. You know, it's just easier to handle a single bale. You don't have to have a big tractor with a forklift to handle all that. So those coming around here is just the small square bales that, you know, even like a 15-year-old kid could toss. Let's see. Yep, he's doing the up and downs now, just a couple more rows, and then he can go to the next wheat field. So we have to drop this off and then go back and get our windrower. And we also still need to grab a tedder, so that stinks. There are contracts for cutting and baling hay, but you can't use the tools you borrowed from those contracts to use either on your own field or somebody else's field too, besides the contract field, which stinks. So we have to go get us a windrower and actually a tedder too. Excuse me. We actually went on to the next month. We could look at, is there anything good on sale? Nope. A logger, and what even is this? Create ridges which you can plant your vegetables. Interesting. So nothing good on sale that we need. And speaking of sale, there's one decent way to make money. You can buy that equipment that's on sale, especially if it's on sale for like 55 to 60% off. And you can buy that equipment, go ahead and spend the money to repair and repaint it. It's always worth it to do that. You'll get more profit out of doing that. And then you'll get anywhere between like a 10 to 20% return profit on doing that per tool, depending on how much it costs initially, like how much the sale was, and then what the condition it was in, which usually the condition is relative to how much off the equipment is. That's one quick way to make money in this game. So hoping we're going to take advantage of a few different ways to make money. There's also collectibles, and every map has 25 collectibles. They're not random, they're set locations. Some people already have walkthroughs on where to find all these collectibles, but in each map there's 25 of them. And every time you collect one, you get $10,000. So in each of the 3 maps in game, there's essentially $250,000 waiting for you. You just have to figure out where they're all located at and do all the research. So baling's all here, grassland you have to go over here. So to get silage, we do need a teddit, and we still need the windrower too. And what sucks is AI cannot do the baling. They can do the windrowing and the tedding, but they can't lock on to bale. I don't know why they won't do that. You can still do like the assisted lines to bale, but you can't do AI for baling, which is a little frustrating. So I guess first, I could do the windrow first myself. I think this one's a pretty decent one. 8.4 meters. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. You could upgrade to that one, but to me, this one does plenty. You're only talking about 1.3 meter difference, so just go ahead and get this one if you're going to lease it. Unless it's like a one that's on sale to actually buy at a decent price, but otherwise I'll just lease it. 994, sure. But AI can windrow it, so what I'm thinking is as soon as that AI gets done planting that wheat field, we're going to let AI windrow, and then I'm going to go get us the tedder too. Which is maybe a little tricky. We may have to send the AI on the map here and let us windrow ourselves manually, because initially we only want to windrow like half of the field to become hay. Common issue is people reverting mods and something goes wrong and messes your game up. Yeah, I've seen that a lot. Actually, on like a Facebook group, I saw today even like 3 people who were having trouble for that exact same reason. So mods are nice. A lot of them are really good, but some of them can cause some serious bugs or crashing. So personally, I just don't mess with the mods. I could have turned down on the actual road, but I like just cutting through the farm. Plus, we can kind of peek at what our AI is doing. AI is done. Beautiful. So what I want to do now is we'll go to the map. Well, let's pan over. We'll drop our cedar off. I'm on Expandable Modding on Facebook. It's full of new modders. I like my truck mods, though. Nice. I have not really messed with the truck mods. I know there's like a lot of like auto stack mods and stuff like that that are out there that are really helpful if you're trying to haul a bunch. Or even like auto stack trailers for hay seem pretty nice too. Oh, we're also going to need at least a hay stacker because I don't have one of those to pick up. That'll be a little bit more money too we'll be spending. But again, we're still going to net a fair amount of money from doing this, even though we're leasing all this equipment. So now we're going to send AI. All you have to do is click on your vehicle you want to send. We can tell it to set a destination. You can pick it manually. And so we know we want it to go here, just in general, and we'll let it face this way. Then I see it moving, and they're going off. While he's doing that, we can start windrowing this field. So it's going to be tricky to kind of save yourself some time to utilize AI effectively. Especially the way I'm doing this right now, because I need to make my own TMR ASAP, because they will run out of TMR in the next month. So I've got to get this windrowed. So we're just going to do it. And I'm also not even too worried about turning on the lines right now. I may need to actually go get gas. We were getting low on gas. Yeah, 9 miles per hour. This is the fastest this windrower will let you go. I'll say, I feel like we're going pretty slow. It's like, no, that mower was just fast. I think that's my problem. The mower was just fast. I'm a little spoiled. Head to bed. I'll have to stop again sometime. Have a good one. Coach Man, yeah, I appreciate it. So right now, I typically stream on Thursday nights just because of the way it works with my mother-in-law keeping my son once a week. But I also plan on doing like an edited series because I just don't have multiple days a week I can stream really. Unless it's like a holiday. Then that, it's like, well, I want to spend time with my family, not stream, right? But I am releasing an edited video tomorrow on tips on how to start your game and kind of get it off the ground a little bit. Ways to help yourself out. But I do appreciate you swinging by, man. And you have a good one. And if you're going to work tomorrow or going to school, I hope you have a good day tomorrow as well. I think here in a second I'm going to pick like around the middle of the field and just go up that real fast. That way I kind of have myself a clear divide of where I want to stop for the windrowing for now, because then we're going to have to run the tedder for the rest of that. Ooh. Oh, and equipment's getting in the way. There we go, squeeze by. Doesn't have to be perfect. We're just going to kind of guess where the middle of the field is. This seems good enough right here, I'd say. We'll get this kind of somewhat lined up. It doesn't have to be perfect. We want to get it more like lined up like this. Yeah, that'll work. So this will be the edge of where I'll do the windrowing for now. We'll windrow the rest of this, and then we'll run the tedder on the other half. That's kind of the plan. That way we can get hay and silage from this field all at the same time. We're going to sell a bunch of it, and then hopefully as soon as baling equipment becomes available, we may buy it. If it comes on sale, I mean, we may go ahead and buy it, even if that means we have to do a loan. It will be worth it. And then I think to loan out get out a loan to be able to buy that equipment instead of having to lease it all the time. So now that we know that line's there, let's check on where our AI is. Okay, he's still on the way. So we are good to keep on going. So we'll just go ahead and keep on a trucking. It looks like in total tonight we've already had like 35 different viewers go in and out, so it's pretty nice to know. A lot of people can only stay a couple of minutes or they got other things going on and all that, so I appreciate anybody who can swing by at least for a minute or two. I was kind of late posting the stream as well. Work was kind of crazy today. Typically I like to post my streams, go ahead and set up my streams on YouTube sooner, just so you can see that, hey, I'm going to stream tonight a little bit earlier, but with work tonight, I couldn't do that, get it all set up until after work. I was working from home 4 days a week, but there was a lot going on today, so I had to wait until work was done before I could get the stream set up. But even then, though, so far it hasn't been a bad night, and we are just now about to hit an hour, so that's pretty good. Ooh, I missed a little sliver. I missed a little bit of grass. I missed a windrow or two just there, but... Oh, no. I'm sure. Honestly, it does kind of bother me a little bit, but not enough to go back and lease a tool again. No way is it worth all that. This field is a little cattywampus naturally, and then I didn't really help myself much by not even doing the lines, but it'll be fine. It'll work out. Maybe should I do a little bit more passes with the baler than maybe I would like to, but that's okay. Then we'll also need to come back through. If we really want to maximize our yield, we need to come back through with the fertilizer spreader and get that fertilization back up to 100%, which isn't bad. Which is now the second cheapest, the second cheapest fertilizer is really good. It was the cheapest fertilizer in Farm Sim 22, but now they added an even cheaper one. But anyways, that second cheapest fertilizer can spread up to 42 meters without even like upgrading the thing. So that's a really good fertilizer spreader, which is the one I have. I don't even think it came on sale. I think I just bought it straight out because I mean that fertilizer spreader is worth it. If you have the money, definitely buy it. And you'll see that spreader once we get all this stuff baled and moved off the field. That's not even worth windrowing. It's already in the line. We'll get turned around. I like how you can see your tire tracks too on the grass. That's pretty cool. So all this, when we bale it, will become hay. We'll have to run the cheddar on the other half of the field and then run the windrower on top of that to then be able to bale it and get silage. And a lot of people who play this game and in real life, they'll make corn silage. There's a special header you can get that'll produce chaff from cutting down the corn stalks. Like early, while they're still green, you cut them down, you get chaff, put them into a silo, cover them up, and put them in a silo on a big pile, compact it all down. Then you put a plastic tarp over all of it, and then you let it ferment for a little while, and then you pull the plastic off, and boom, it's fermented into silage. And there is a way that that's a way you can get silage actually in game, but also real life, which is pretty cool. I was not aware of that until this game. So you can actually learn a thing or two from this game. Not that it's super accurate, which I just realized I've let this thing sit in here for a while, but that's all right. Because I can run the seeder now while it's running the tedder over here. This one's 4.4 meters. Not worth messing with this tedder. It's so small. I like going up to this one. Because you get almost double the width out of it. Is it faster? The mileage isn't faster, but it'll add up very quickly how much time you save by having this bigger one. So that's what I'm trying to think. Yeah, it's worth doing, I think. So go ahead and lease that. 790 bucks. Yep. Beautiful. And again, as soon as one of these become available for sale, we're going to buy it for sure. But for now, we just want to keep leasing it because again, as much money as you get from each hay bale and silage bale, it's 100% worth it. So that's what we're going to keep doing. We shall keep leasing until we can afford to buy. Which is also what I recommend, because you don't want to upgrade your farm too fast. So you don't want to buy all this equipment too fast and then not have money to do anything after that. You don't want to buy farmland too fast if you don't have any extra money. Like there's a lot of things you can buy and get caught buying and then not have any money left over after the fact and then be stuck. Right? So you gotta put some thought before you drop some serious money on something in real life or in game. You know, you pick. So we'll detach our tedder here. We'll let AI plant through other wheat field, and then we'll grab this tedder and go ted the other half of our grass field over there. And then we'll need to windrow it, and then we'll need to bale it. Then we can bale everything all at once. Now we'll have to be careful though, because the way the baler works, if you've already started picking up hay, if there's any hay left in the baler, you cannot empty a hay bale early unless it's a square bale. You can't empty a round baler early to get the hay out to then bale silage. I'll have to like lease a whole nother baler if I mess that up. So I have to kind of be careful on how we do this to make sure we don't screw ourselves over and have no way of getting a bale out and then have to like lease another baler. That would not be fun. So that's another thing to note. If you are using a round baler like that can wrap, you have to be real careful. I'm not being able to get a full bale out, and then also you always want to make sure you get an empty baler at the end. Even if that means you have to leave some grass behind, because that grass will still stay in that field that you cut. It'll remain there until you bale it. So you can leave the row there and then bale it on your next cut. I'm gonna let it do headlands first. I mean, it doesn't really matter. You can tell it to do the up and downs. If you have crop destruction on, you probably want to tell it to do the up and downs because wherever it drives could destroy your crops. So you don't want to do the up and downs first and then do the headlands so it doesn't run over anything. But in this case, it doesn't matter. I like to leave crop destruction off personally, but again, if you want to add that titch bit of realism on top, you could turn on crop destruction, but I always keep it off. And what's nice about this seeder, as you can see, it has fertilizer in it. It was like $5,000 to add that extension to it, and it can do that extra layer of fertilization. So it was at 50%. If you go over here where it's not running, it's at 50% fertilization, and then where it is running, it's at 100. It needs rolling, and the weeds are growing. Do I have a sprayer? It's just kind of a random one off here, but I can't remember if I have a sprayer in this playthrough. Because I've been playing on my own off to the side on another save game, so I can't remember if I have a sprayer. Okay, I do not have a sprayer. That's alright, we have to run a weeder. Disconnect. Let's go get our tedder. Set disconnect. Or maybe I was disconnected and then I just connected. I think that's what happened. I hit Q and connected when I meant to disconnect. Alright, let's go get our tedder, and we're going to go ahead and ted the other part of the field. I know we're a little tight, but it shouldn't really matter, because once we get angle right, we can pull between the baler and the tree here. Boom. So you'll go around everything. We'll go ahead and hit the unfold button. Lower it. And turn it on. Boom. I mean, essentially the idea is that the tedder flips all the grass over and helps it dry. It's kind of how the game thinks of it. Pretty interesting. And this is kind of more or less spreads it back out, so that's why you don't want to windrow it and then run the tether, because then you're just going to have to come back and windrow it again anyways. So in fact, it's not even really worth doing like a full loop around. Just do it this way. Just loop right back. That's what we'll do. In AI, you can't tell it to do like one half of a field. The only way to do it would be to like somehow split up the fields. Like filling grass in the middle of this field. That'd be the way to kind of split this up, but I'd rather not do that. Because then I'm taking land or field area away from myself, and I really don't want to do that. Because this whole field is in like the flattest part. So if I were to take away the middle, I have to add some back somewhere. And then that would be on like an incline or even on like a ledge. So I'd rather not. Lower this and keep it going. And then very much like the windrower, it does keep you at 9 miles per hour. So even if you had like a 300 horsepower tractor, you're still stuck at going 9 miles per hour with this tool, is what it is. And our gas gauge right around a quarter of a tank, so we'll have to run over to the gas station or our gas tank here pretty soon and go fill her up. If we do run out of gas, the only thing you could do is you could like hire an AI to drive, because I have buy gas set to on for AI, so I don't run out of gas in those tractors if AI is running them a lot. So because of that, you could tell AI to drive your tractor to whoever to go fill up gas, and then it would buy the gas as it drives over there anyways. So then you would be able to manually drive the tractor after that. So as long as you keep the buy gas on, you won't get yourself stuck like that. Or you could toggle it on if you keep it off to do that, and then toggle it back off. Depends on what you want to do there. I really like all the settings they've given you in this game. The grass bump just made me come to a complete stop randomly. All this grass. Eventually, I would love to get like a 300 horsepower tractor too. That would be nice, but it'll be off when we get to that point, I believe. I'm curious though, the few people that are still here, would you guys be interested in me doing a edited series of a different playthrough as well? Because what would happen is we'd basically have 30-minute episodes at least once, maybe even twice a week, if I'm mostly being like a raw video. I like to make them like 30 to 45-ish minutes long. That's what I'd like to do. So I'm curious to see if anybody would be interested in something like that. Because those type of length videos and type of videos seem to be pretty well accepted in the farm sim community. So I'm curious to see how, you know, my little community here feels about that. But yeah, see how close we are to a ledge? Like, that's why I don't want to take away part of a field, because it'll be really hard to get that area back. And lower it. Trying to get as much as I can. We're finally about to get a little strip we can't get, and we'll have to come back. That's alright. Because we're going to need at least another 2 passes anyways to finish setting all this. Then we'll windrow it, and then we'll be ready to do all of our baling. So that'll be nice. Again, once we get towards the end here, of whether we start with the silage or the hay, you have to be very careful at the last row. That once we finish our bale and we know we don't have enough to do another bale, that we stop and I turn off the baler and then go do the other thing that we haven't baled yet. Because we don't want to get stuck with the baler that's not empty to pick up something else, because it will not work. If it was a square bale, you could empty it, but you cannot empty round bales. So I keep somewhat, you know, repeating myself just in case if new people are on, they know why I do something, or keep giving general tips out there. Because that's something that I found out the hard way. I'm in Farm Sim 22, and then Farm Sim 25 works the exact same way. Which personally, I don't think I found that one out on that was still that way on Farm Sim 25. I think I found that by watching somebody else's stream or edited gameplay. All right, let's go get positioned. I think it's gonna be 2 passes. I don't think we can quite get the width out of it. Oh, I'm noticing though, yeah, it does go a little bit off the grass, but not as much, I don't think, as it used to. Because used to, you would get a lot of stuff, a lot of hay and stuff that off of the edge of the field, but it seems like you still do, but not as bad, I don't think, or not as easily, maybe I should say. Pick this up. You're gonna see, this is just where I went a little too wide with the mower, so that's my own fault for getting this stuff off the field. Used to, it was way too easy to get stuff off of your field on accident, but now they fixed that a lot. Because it looks like the way the tedder is working, it only puts tedded grass behind you, like where it is in front of you. So if you do a narrow strip, the only tedded grass is where that little strip was. Like if you were to drive straight through it, that's where the tedder stuff was. But before, even if it was like a thin strip of grass, it would like spread it all behind you. It'd be the whole width, and then it was way too easy to get all that everywhere. So now that this is done, we'll go ahead. Our lease cost, is it this one? Yep, that's our tedder. Go ahead and return it so we're not paying extra for it for a month we're not using it. Then we'll go ahead. See what AI is doing. All right, AI is still chilling. Getting that done. Because once that AI gets finished with that, there's not really much we can do with AI anymore. Because AI can't run the baler, and it can't run the hay pickup, the bale pickup either. Nope, wrong button. All right, we'll try not to pick up. Yeah, there we go. I was trying not to pick up hay by accident too. Have it mixed in. There we go. Very nice. Again, we'll get all this baled, sell most of it, keep like 5-6 bales of each, sell the rest, just to get us some money. Hopefully we can like buy some of this equipment next time instead of leasing it. That would be nice to be able to like buy a windrower, or probably not the baler, that's pretty expensive, but at least maybe a windrower and or the tedder would be nice to get. Got a little bit of the hay, that's all right. Ooh, don't swing too wide. Almost swung too tight around there, and would have like doubled how much hay was going to be in a row. That would not be good. I'll be having to stop and bale, stop and get a bale wrapped up like every 2 feet if that happened. If you have your row so thick, you're gonna have to stop like every 6 feet or something to unload a bale of hay or silage. The silage is worse because then it has to wrap it too. But at least while it's wrapping, you can still pick up the silage and still keep baling, but get rough. See, this kind of comes off the field a little bit, so we're gonna have to swing out to the road here. Kind of get that in a row too. We're just cruising along. We're about done with this field. I think we're getting there. Because I have, in my other playthrough, that was just for myself. I didn't really record any of it. I cut and baled this entire field. And I don't think I had 100% fertilization though like I do now. I mean, I want to say it was like 2 full loads of the stacker of the hay pickup. Because there's one really nice hay pickup for round bales, and there's also one really nice one for square bales as well. That's really good for not only picking it up but also hauling it away to sell it or to drop it off the store. This is gonna be really hard to get this hill done right. Maybe we'll just get good enough for government working call today. Yeah, that'll be good enough. That'll work. Again, trying to get as far over as I can without... we missed a little bit. as I said it, but try and get the most out of each of my rows as possible, just to help save myself a little bit of time if I can. Because again, AI can't do a lot of this, and if I wasn't splitting this field up, I could have AI running the windrower, but I wanted to split it up so I can go ahead and produce TMR. So I just did a bunch of hay. If it did all hay or all silage, well then I'd have to buy the other one that I didn't get. And I want to be able to make my own, start saving myself some money. Because I mean, before I was spending about $3,000 a month, basically, just buying my own hay and silage, and that I keep folding it up all the way. I just want to lift it. Just want to lift it. Okay. Hopefully that's close enough to the edge. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, sip a little bit. Throat's getting a little bit dry from the talking, but I also need a little bit of caffeine. I try to talk, about as much as I can on the stream, because I've run into streams. Like, there was one guy I jumped in on. I hadn't watched the stream before, but like, okay, cool, he's a small streamer. I'll check him out. I'll say small, he's bigger than me. He had like 1,000 subs. I was like, yeah, I'll check him out. The guy did not say anything for like the first 30 seconds I was on. So I just left. I was like, I don't know how people can sit there and watch somebody just mindlessly play and then not say anything or not really say anything about the chat too, because there's people posting in the chat, but he was just like not paying them any attention. And the only thing that happened that finally made him talk was he had AI like haul a trailer load of something to go sell, and it sold for like $7,000. He was like, and all he said was like, "Oh wow, that was worth $7,000. Cool." And that was it. Like a minute or two that I watched. That's all he said the entire time. Even though all these people are posting in chat, and that drives me crazy. Like, I like streamers who talk, acknowledge the chat and everything, and that's what I like to do. So if anybody has any questions about why I'm doing something or tips, let me know. I'll be glad to answer the question now. And I'll also be saving questions too, because I want to start doing some guide type of videos. And I have one that I'm about to wrap up. I had like 30-ish minutes or so left to do the editing. And that probably even includes making the thumbnail. It's almost done. I just need to clean up the very end. And so that'll be kind of just basic tips to help you guys out a little bit on how to get started, what settings to maybe use, and ways to make quick money, and just simple, like the first 7 or so steps once you start a gameplay, like what you should do to kind of help get off on the right foot. And then I want to also make guides on like different productions, maybe different crops and stuff like that. So if you guys have any questions, let me know, or anything you want to see a video on in the future, I'd be glad to consider it and write it down somewhere. Because I definitely want to help people out. I feel like there's just so many new people now since this game came out. So many new people just to Farm Sim in general. So like some of the stuff from Farm Sim 22 carries over to 25, but if you're new, there's just a lot you don't know. It's also very easy to get lost in this game with how much there is to learn, all the different crops you can learn, the different animals, all the productions. Like, there's just so much. Like, I don't even know all of it, but I got to learn myself and teach it to people. I can do that. But all right, we're finally wrapping this up. I think we can get all this last little bit in one little pass. I think. We just have to hug really tight to this pole. But I think we can kind of make it happen. You know, swing the other way so it kind of swings out. That'll be the most crooked line to come through here with the baler, but we got it all. There we go. Now the swing rower is done. For our leasing cost, I know it's not that one. It's not $3,000. It's this guy. We'll go ahead and return it. Yes. Now let's go get our baler. Go ahead and start baling. Now, if I was a betting man, I'm going to guess that our AI is done with the wheat fields completely. We could go ahead and tab over. Oh, no, he's not. See, he missed like a little spot. Oh, she missed a little spot. Yeah, just like the little speck on the field that got missed. But for the rest of there, seems pretty clean. Now, this row's not exactly even. You see a little notch down there, but it should still overlap enough that it'll do it. I'll say you're trying to tip over the cedar, lady. Okay. So she's doing good on that. Now I'll go ahead and start baling all of this. I'll just start from this side of the field and then go to the next side of the field. And then again, once we get to this last row of hay, we're going to have to be really careful that we don't have any hay left for when we start the silage. That would be bad. Whichever side I decide to start on. But we'll go ahead and start on this side, maybe? I thought it would turn sharper. We'll do this field, or this row first. Turn on baler. We'll lower our pickup. It'll automatically know. Let's see. We'll turn on auto drop. I don't want to have to manually do that. And it will beep at us once it gets close to getting full. I think at like 80% it'll beep at us. You'll see here in just a second. And this one only does 125 if a centimeter bales. If it did bigger bales, you could toggle which size you want to do. So yeah, it's 90% will start. You need to back up a little bit so I don't miss any. You need to spit the bale out, and then I can move forward again, and it'll start picking up for the next bale. And you can personalize, like whenever I released the baler, I could change what color wrap it uses, but I like just using the white. If you wanted to, you could have, some sort of different setup to like colorize it if you wanted to use your hay or silage for different things, different animals or something. Like some to sell, some to keep. You could like color code them and have a different baler, or there's just some color you like, but personally I just like leaving it white. I like having marshmallows out on my fields, so personally I just leave it white. Okay, now we got that. We'll swing around now and hit up this row. So you see we're getting like 2.5 bales per row basically, and each row is a little bit longer I think than the last. So we're gonna get a fair amount of bales. Like we do this row, and that's really all the bales we're gonna keep from this hay, and we're gonna sell all the rest of it. So you can see how we're gonna make a huge profit pretty quick with this. Whoop. Yeah, you have to run the tedder for hay because you need it to dry so much. So that's why this grass is making silage bales, and then you run the tedder to get it extra dry. That's when you'll get the hay. So in some ways, silage actually has less steps than hay, unless you do the bunker method to make your silage and all that. Or really, silage is less steps than hay. Yes, you have to wrap it, but you don't have to run the tedder. But silage bales are worth more, so it's pretty interesting. Which I guess, though, there's actually more volume or more weight of silage in this volume of a bale. Maybe that's why it actually costs more. Maybe per kilogram it's actually the same. I don't really know. I have to look at it. I'll do some research about that. Then we'll stop right here, back up a little bit actually to get the bale on the field. There you go. Pick it up so we can move a little bit faster. But yeah, we're about to run out of gas actually. Let's stop here before we run out of gas, because I think we definitely are, so we need to go ahead and go fill up real quick. Or at least get like half a tank, something. Quit tipping over my cedar. And then, so if you do the starting farm at Riverbend's Springs, your tank is just right here. And you should get something that pops up to refuel. In this case, hit R, diesel. And then I don't know how the heck you refill this whole tank when you run out. Maybe this wrench. I guess if you were to get out and check that wrench, maybe that's how you would refill it, if I had to guess. Now you can see my repair is pretty low. So what that means is the lower or the more repair it needs, the lower the max speed is going to be. So the lower its cruise speed and everything is going to be, it'll have more trouble pulling things and stuff. It'll still work, it'll just start struggling more, at least, than it did. Come on, get over the hump. It just doesn't like turning very sharp, I think, is the main problem. Come on. Still not there. I'm trying to get it angled right. There we go. Good grief. Bail it. Boom, another bale already. Now, if you did the bigger bales, if you had a bigger TMR, make sure that'd probably be better, honestly. It'd be less bales you'd have to deal with overall. You could bail bigger ones and take a little bit less time in general. But a big TMR mixer is so expensive. Like, it's crazy expensive, so I just had to... Right now I'm just using the smaller one. But again, it's not the smallest one, though. I got, like, the medium one, but eventually I really need to buy, like, the big TMR mixer just to really help save myself some time. Not necessarily saving money, but it will save a lot of time, and in this game, time really is money, because I could spend a lot more time doing, like, contracts and other stuff, versus baling hay if I was able to bale bigger ones, process bigger ones. I'm gonna start turning around. Kind of let it drop it, at least on the field, so it's easier to get to. Then we'll try to get turned around here. It's hard to get turn around with this thing. It just does not like sharp turns. We have to kind of finesse it a little bit to get angled how we want to. There we go. That should get it all, basically. And we may jump off to get this row a little bit. No, you don't have to... You know, you're just being a little bit more efficient by kind of sneaking over like that. There we go. We'll drop that one. There we go. We'll keep on going. So it's a little bit of a longer process to bale and wrap, and then we still got to run the pickup to haul all these bales, so drop them off to sell or keep a few. So hey, sometimes it's not... It really isn't quite for the faint of heart, because how much time it is to bale everything. But even the cost, though, like if you were buying all this equipment too, the equipment itself isn't very cheap. At least the baler isn't. And to run like a big baler, you need to have a good horsepower tractor. Or if you want to run like the big mowers, which would be nice, you're going to need a fair amount of horsepower too. I'm trying to make this turn, but golly, it's so slow. Okay, lower the pickup. There we go. Pick it back up again. We'll get a nice little wide turn here. Maybe we can make this without having to... Yeah, there we go. Now to do like a 6-point turn to turn around here. That's nice. Grab this little row here. We have a bunch of bales already. I eventually need to turn around, whoop, and see how many we got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 already. Oh, 10. And we're basically like halfway done baling just the silage. So we're gonna sell a bunch. Make some serious money. It's gonna be good. And remember, we started with like 19,000, I want to say. So we hired AI to do all the planning over there. And we've leased all this equipment. So if we can... Should be able to gauge pretty easily of how much of a profit we made from baling this entire field. We'll just go ahead and pick this up since I'm driving right here anyways. Clean that up. Thank you. We'll go ahead and grab this awkward row. Yep, it's gonna bell right here, even though we're trying to turn around. We'll let it park it kind of like right at the edge of this field is okay. Come on, you can drop it. Drop it. Thank you. I could have just went on, but I wanted to kind of drop it right there, at least somewhat out of the way. There we go. Oh, I got another bale already. And the way this round baler works, it holds a max of 24 bales, regardless if they're the big bales or the small bales. So again, because of the reason alone, we would be saving time if we did a bigger bale, but at least that would be a lot more expensive. So right now we're running the small bale. While we're going this way, I feel like we might as well, again, grab a little from each of these rows. Somewhat add some efficiency. Now I want to come off the road though, so we can not have a bale in the middle of our line that we then have to work around with the baler. That would suck. So we'll have to drop it right here, and then we'll swing around again. Since it's 0% too, we'll get a really good idea of how long it takes in a row to get 100% bale. They're really close to having to watch out to make sure we stop when we get the last full bale that we can get. Okay, so right here we got to 100%, which is less than halfway. So if we know we have about this much left of this last row here, then we know we can get a full bale. Then we can stop after that, turn it off, then go to the hay section, and then turn it back on. So should be in decent shape to be able to guess that close enough. Back up again to make sure we don't miss any. Just a little bit. It closes, then we go ahead and move forward. Okay, now we gotta get lined up with this one. Pick it up, that should help us go a little bit faster, turn it around. Here we go. Lower again. Forward march. And we're at 100%. There we go, then we can pull forward, start picking up more. You see, really, we have plenty of bale wrap and net, so we won't have to buy more at all. We'll be fine to do this whole field and then return our lease. Turn it, end the lease, and be good. Unload it, please. When we get to the hay, it won't wrap it. It'll just spit it out like that and then drop it to the ground. It won't spin it around and wrap it all. But here we go, our last row of silage here. Again, if I didn't have to get my first TMR mixtures in, I would just do all of the same, like all either silage or all hay in a cut. So that's what we'll do. Once we get this first cut all done and baled up, then our next few we'll just be doing, you know, the next cut may just be all hay, the next one may just all be silage, and so on. Just alternate what we get from each cut after that. Okay, so right now it's just stopped here. Yeah, we have plenty of... We'll be able to get at least one bale out of this next line. Again, you still got to be careful and smart about it, though. So we have any grass left in here, we can't bale the hay. So we got to make sure that as soon as it starts wrapping our next bale, we just turn it off. Or pick it up. Pick it up. I think it'll still wrap if we turn it off. Yeah. Now we may come back when we're done to see if this will be a full bale. That might be a full bale. I think it is, honestly, but I'm just trying to be careful. Make sure we at least get some hay before we try anything that's going to be close. And now you'll see we won't need to wrap it. It'll just bale it and spit it out. Here we go. See, it says hay instead of grass, because it knows it's dry, or more dry anyways. Down here where I'm at, though, our hay is not green. It's super dry. You know, like that off yellow, almost like the color of wheat or straw is the color of our hay. But yeah, see how it just spits it out and drops it? You know, waiting to wrap and all that jazz. So curious if you guys are from other parts of the country or other countries entirely where your hay looks a little bit greener. Because I know, like, I used to have guinea pigs, and whenever we would buy that hay, it was actually green. It wasn't really all that dry. But for horses and cows, though, all of our hay is really dry. As long as it doesn't roll off a cliff, it can sit there. It's whatever. And because our bales are all the same size, we'll be able to pick both hay and silage bales up with our bale pickup once we get all this baled up. So that's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. Yeah, it seems like it's more volume of hay per bale. I think it is a little bit more volume. Maybe not a ton, but I think it is a little bit. I mean, we could pay attention. I think that's right. I think that's how it works. You can check whenever you stand next to a bale, it'll tell you how heavy it is, so we can look at a bale of hay and then go to silage and see how much it weighs and also how many liters it is. I know they're different. I would think like silage would be a little bit heavier because it has more of the water content or higher moisture content than silage would have. I'm trying to get out of your way. We'll go ahead and do we'll skip that close row and do this one instead to save ourselves a little bit of time. Am I folded down? Yes. Wasn't too sure. Keep on a cruising. Back it up. Again, our next cut and bale and everything will go a lot faster because we won't have to do all the windrowing manually or tedding manually, depending on what we decide to do next. So pretty cool looking. Onward. Time is it now? 10:38. Nice. Still got anywhere from 3 to 4 hours left in me. That'll be 2 or 3 o'clock. So that'll work. Oh, let's not drop off the cliff. That means we have to leave some, then we have to leave some, but we may be able to kind of swing right here. Maybe if the tree's not in the way. I picked up a little bit of it. That's okay. I wish this would let me turn a little bit sharper, because again, you don't see it bumping anything, but it just will not turn very sharp. We still have to get kind of backed up in here. It's a little bit touchy. There we go. Got all that. And we're already about done with this bale too. There we go. Another bale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28. So in total, between our hay and silage right now, we have 28 bales. That's crazy, which you can tell the bale counter. I could have just looked at that. There is a bale counter at the bottom on that column on the left, you see the control group, the advanced controls, all that. On the bottom, it's our bale counter. So you can reset the bale counter anytime you want to know how many bales you did instead of counting them like I've been doing manually. Totally forgot about that. And missed a little strip. That's okay. Because again, you don't have to be perfect at picking up all this hay because it doesn't disappear. Like whenever you do the next cut of grass, this, whatever grass you don't pick up, it'll still be in the field. So it'll just add on to your next cut is all that'll do. But it'll work that way in real life though. It'll all dry up or get rained on and get mold and crap. Like you gotta make sure you kind of get everything, which I don't know though. But I guess in real life too, like whatever hay or grass you don't pick up would then just turn into fertilizer basically. So I don't know, in real life it would really matter. Gotta spit this bill out and then move before it drops in the grass. Eh, missed it a little bit. We can always come back. We'll see. And we'll see exactly how we end baling all this. If how close we'll get to hay, baling all that, because we may end up coming back and seeing if we can get a bale out of that row. It just depends on how the hay goes. If we know we have just barely any hay left, we know we can't get a bale out of it, then we'll definitely do that. So we'll see kind of what's left. So yeah, we just kind of have to see, because you know you're not going to have the exact same volume of all this, because again I just kind of guessed where the middle of the field was. So no, that was nowhere close. Plus the bales themselves anyways don't have the same amount in them, even though they're the same size. So we know they're going to have different amounts of hay and silage left. So we'll have to see which one I want to try to get the last bale out of. We'll have to see. Man, because this is taking, wow, almost this whole, what is that, like 60%, maybe more of the row we just did. So I'll be able to bale hay out of these next, the rest of this row, maybe that row-ish. Then we might be able to get, so I'm guessing we probably can get like 2 more bales of hay out of this, and then we may see if we can get another bale of silage over there. We'll see. See this, no, this one seemed to be a little bit faster though, but no, maybe that distance is about the same. Yeah, I guess it is. Plus we have this little sliver too by that bale I wanted to come back for too. Grab this, pick up our pickup, and we'll lower it back down and try to get this. We'll let this truck go through before we block him with the hay bale. Here we go. Oh, it actually backs up faster than it'll pull forward a turn. That's interesting. Did not pay attention to that before. Huh. Well, good to know. If you're trying to turn faster with this thing, back it up. Don't pull forward. You're doesn't like that apparently as much. Okay, drop that bale, and then we should be able to get another bale out of this. So pick up the rest of this and then do the next row. I think we'll be able to. Why is the dog barking? Bella, what's wrong? She may just not like something our younger dog did. I think that's what's happened. So sorry if that burst anybody's eardrum. They don't give me much of a warning when they bark. They'll just all of a sudden bark once or twice and they'll be done. Unless they're start to like play or somebody's at the door, then they'll be crazy. But just them sitting there, they'll just like randomly do 1 woof or 2 woofs and be done. Okay, so we know we are not going to get another bale out of this. Turn the baler off, let it drop. And we're going to see if we can get another bit or another bale of silage with what's left over here, we might can. I got a feeling either we will or we'll be at like 90% or something. We'll see how it works out. Again, back it up to get the final lineup-ish. We got that. Hold on, got a light pole in the way. Hold on. Be the one farmer calls the insurance company. Yeah, I backed up my baler into the light pole. Bro, you had a whole field. How did you hit the light pole? Like it happens a lot like in parking lots too. You had the whole parking lot. How the heck did you hit the light pole? Yeah, I feel like it's kind of the same vibe. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Then I'm going to turn it off, so then next time I can do, well, I don't know. Do I want to do all hay or all silage next time? If I do all silage, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'll go ahead and pick it up. Well, no, it'll be a waste because we're going to return the lease anyway, so we're not going to pick it up, actually. We're just going to go ahead and return our baler now. Be our lease price right here. Return. Yes. Now, the last thing we need to finally lease to get done with all this is we got to go get our pickup, our bale pickup, which will also be our haulers. It's a 2-in-1, if you will. So we'll run to the shop. I'll give you a quick preview of what it is. Well, actually, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and start sending AI to drive while I explain. Set destination. Maybe not there, but whatever. It should keep on rolling anyways. Shouldn't matter. There we go. So the pickup we're wanting to use, you have to go to baling, category transport, and you'll see this nice pickup bale loader. And this thing will hold 24 bales, whether it's the bigger bales or the small one. You can see it goes all the way up to 180 centimeter bales. We did the 125. Eventually, when we get enough money, I'd like to buy a bigger baler and maybe at least get to 150 centimeter, if not 180. You can only hold one size of bales in this at a time. You can't have a mix of 125 and 180 and 150. It has to all be one size. And it doesn't matter if it can be, you can load all hay, straw, and silage all at once. They just have to all be the same centimeter, same diameter bale. So we're going to go ahead and customize. You can change the wheel brand if you want to, but that's it as far as customization. We do want to lease it though, 2,500. Again, we started with 19,000. So I think he's going a way different route. No, not way different. He went this way because he started here. Seems like it'd be a little faster to go this way versus swing up and around just a little bit. Not much, but a little bit faster. So that kind of explains to you the kind of stacker I like, or loader I like. If you're doing square bales, then this one's pretty good. It'll do 14 bales at a time, but again, it only does the small bales. If you want to do bigger square bales, you need to move up square bales. Maybe I said square. I don't know what I just said, but if you want to do the bigger square bales, you need to use this loader. Now, there are other ones that won't pick up an auto stack for you. Like, you could use that guy, but, I mean, you're talking about a huge time consumption by using these and then having to manually stack the bales. It's just so much better to use the bale loader. All right, let's dismiss AI. So we will see. Hopefully, hay and silage is not at too low of a price right now. 12 hay and 12 silage bales. Unload that at the farm and then load up the rest to go sell. I think that might be the way to do it to save myself a little bit of time. I think we have at least 2 loads of bales anyway, so it'd be quicker if I keep one full load myself. That'll last me probably all year, I think, if I did that. Or even longer, maybe last me 2 or 3 years, actually, with just 10 cows. But they should start reproducing soon. I should have kept on going or gone a different way, hauling this long thing. Straighten up. Straighten up. Don't get hung. There you go. Go do that. I have to swing out. Swing a little wide. There we go. And eventually, too, I will get chickens going. That's why I wanted to do wheat fields for these other three, which, of course, like I said, eventually we're going to plow and connect all these fields so they're one big field. But for now, I'm thinking is I'll do wheat for these fields so we can start saving wheat to eventually start chickens, which we may actually start chickens today. If we can make enough money, I may just go ahead and start chickens. Anyway, so we're going to go ahead and transport position. Boom. One bale. And then again, you just have to get close enough to it. You don't have to get exactly in line or in the direction the bale faces. You just get close enough to it, and it'll stack it. And I'll grab first all of these, all the silage bales. So again, we want 12 of these. Which, believe me, we have more than 12. Let's see, so we'll keep going around. And then this thing doesn't like turning very sharp either, like the baler does, so we'll move this way, I guess. I'll try to get all these here if I can first. Let's see. We need one more silage bale, and then we'll do hay bales. Even keeping this many, we kept about half of our silage bales, which is pretty good. We may end up keeping like all of our hay bales, actually. I don't know how many that is. But even if we do, though, that's fine. Because then that just means we'll be able to sell basically all that we cut. For the next, like, year or two, we'll just be able to sell all the rest of our cuts. Until we get a lot more cows, because as you feed your cows TMR, they'll keep on reproducing. I think cows can reproduce, I think it's 3 times in this game. That's how that works. And after that, honestly, it's kind of worth selling the cows once they get so old. Yeah, see, you can load up different types of hay bales as long as they're the same size, so that's really helpful. Especially if you're doing something like I am, where you need both for TMR or anything. Need 7. That'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We'll have 3 hay bales left. But again, those 3 can just stack with the silage like I am now and take those to market to sell. Skirt. Okay. We'll grab the last couple of hay bales. Yeah, we just need 3. Load up. If you hold it back up, you can go a little bit faster, which is why they call it the transport position. Okay, we'll swing wide. And get this one here at the end. Then we'll go ahead and go unload this at the cow farm. Or the barn, close to it anyways. This is where our TMR mixer is. And then we'll load up the rest and haul it off to sell, as long as the current price isn't too low. Below max. We also need to sell this water tower, which I'll explain why here in just a second, and then we'll go ahead and sell that water tower. Alright, so let's see. Where do I want to park these? Yeah, I think we're fine to pull it kind of up next to all this. We can do it like this. If I don't... Yeah, there you go. There you go. Squeeze it in there. I do kind of want to square up the tractor to it, though, so I may... Because we have to pull forward as we go. If I'm trying to at least line it up ish, I need to do it that way. There we go, that's good enough. Kind of zoom out a little bit more. then we'll go ahead and start unloading it. For PC, you have to hit the Y key, the unfold, and then you have to hit Y again to start unloading. And as it kind of lines up with the end of those, then I'll move forward. Yeah, pretty satisfying how it'll stack it. And there you go. That'll keep you clean stacks for your farm. I'll hit Y again to kind of fold it back up. We'll get going back to our field and we'll pick up the other bales. We can go ahead and check on the price of hay and silage. Go to prices. Let's see. So we go to hay. It's at 163, not much below the current high, so I'm fine with selling that. Go ahead and check silage too. Make sure we're good to go ahead and run it to sell. Silage, its high is 369, its low is 360. You're looking at an only $9 difference. So yeah, like I could sell silage just whenever I could. I'm not gonna save silage to sell it. I'm curious though, what was the trough of the hay? 150 to 186. Hay is a little bit more arguable whether or not you would save it if you're at the trough, but yeah, I would say just at least definitely for silage, I wouldn't even check it honestly. I could mindlessly do it, but out of habit though, I always check prices of stuff before I go to sell or whenever I'm harvesting it. I always check to see, do I need to hold on to it for a couple months, or is it more profitable just to sell it, or there's not a much difference. It's worth a little bit to have money in my pocket now versus 3 months down the road, at least to some extent, right? As long as it's not like, $10,000 more I would get, then it's like, well, it's worth it just to. If you're talking like $800 difference, it's like, I'll just go ahead and take the money now. Which just kind of depends on what the differential is that you're looking at, in my opinion. So it's definitely a case-by-case basis, so whether or not it's worth to save or sell it now. But all right, so we're going to grab this guy. Let's see, we have 4 now. That'll be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, we can grab all these. Cool. Doesn't have to be super clean either. I should have looked at the locations too that the max prices are currently. Well, let's doing that. We'll go ahead and check that too, because then we may have to haul them to different spots, or maybe they can all go to the same spot. We'll see. The peak price right now is actually Animal Dealer. Farmers Market is on its way up, but Animal Dealer is currently still higher. Let's go check silage. That's Animal Dealer. Yeah, that's not like 1 or 2. It's just 1. And then Animal Dealer is only $5 less. So yeah, we'll just take it all to Animal Dealer. Save ourselves some time. Animal Dealer is just by the shop. You can actually send AI to go drop off and sell things. So we may send AI to go sell these bales for us. There we go. Grab that one. And grab that one. All right, then we'll keep going. Last 3 bales. And then we'll want to go ahead and fertilize this field too. But first, we'll go ahead and sell all this. Now, we may actually sort of break even because I kept more bales than I necessarily needed for the next year, but we may get enough. We may gauge how much we get from selling this. We may go sell more of our bales, but we make all this good enough. We'll see. So if we click here, go back to the map, I can click on myself in this vehicle. You say to go sell something, you say create job. Oh, maybe we won't sell hay. Okay. Well, if you could go like sell something, you could say deliver to when you hit this scroll, but it won't let me do that. So we can go ahead and go cruise ourselves anyways. That's fine. We can't really do anything either. Well, we could actually fertilize this field while AI is gone to do that. So click this field, set a destination. I think it's Animal Dealer, right? Let's go see where hotspots. Tip stations. Animal dealer. There we go. That's where we need to go. I just couldn't remember exactly where the drop-off point was. Here we go. So now we can say set destination. You know, it's right here. We'll sell it. Set to go right here. And now it's rolling. Then we can go ahead and bring our seeder into our barn. And grab our fertilizer spreader. And this fertilizer spreader is the big one. I'll say big one. It can't hold a lot, but it spreads it out really wide. So that's the only downfall to this fertilizer I have. I'm just going to drop it here. I don't care. That's the only downfall to this fertilizer. It is, again, the second cheapest fertilizer spreader. I mean, it can spread out to 42 meters. So, I mean, it can freaking spread out the fertilizer. But it just can't hold a lot of fertilizer. It's its only downfall. Because if you go... I'll show you real fast. Is it special crops? The yield improvements are back the other way, maybe? I need to scroll up. Yeah. You're not crazy. This kind of lagging scrolling up. It's just like the click of my mouse wheel kind of snaps it. Yield improvements, fertilizer spreaders. $2,000 for this one. Only spreads 14 meters, goes 11 miles per hour. But this one can do 42 meters. And it holds 10 times more than that one. But you go to this one, it starts at 9,000. You can increase it to 14,000. But it only spreads up to 18 meters. So there is a downfall to this tool. If you hit Control Z, you can change its spray width too. That's pretty nice. As you'll see, I'll show you on the map real fast. We go over here to show our soil composition. Fertilized. This lighter blue means it's a 50% fertilized. So it wasn't 100%. Every time you cut it, it goes back down to 50%. So if you want to get 100% fertilization, you need to go grab your sprayer or your fertilizer spreader or your slurry or manure spreader or something and get that next layer of fertilization. And you could, I'm going to do steering assist real fast. Okay, show me the lines. And we'll just go. I like you can see the color change too, so it's pretty easy to tell where you sprayed and where you haven't. If you ever get confused when you're doing this. But yeah, see, this again, this is the cheapest sprayer that's able to spray out this wide. Now, with a super big field, you may not be able to do it all in one go, but this field we can. Still can hold just enough to do this whole field at once. He does not like backing up that hill. I don't blame him. I do not blame you, tractor. That is a serious hill to have to deal with. We'll get to the end here, then we'll turn it back on so we don't waste some. There we go. Boom. That way we're going to get, again, the maximum yield we can out of this field. Yeah, and I could let AI do this, but it's, to me, it's so satisfying to do this that I really like doing it myself. I'm just going to go straight to the end here. The line may not show doing that, but I personally like to do that with this field. There we go. Turn it off again. Just trying to, we don't want to waste fertilizer if I can help it, so I try to only spray the field and not really overlap it, to at least to the best of my ability. Still going to overlap a little bit, like right here. I could definitely overlap just a hair, but still though not enough to really bother me. And the way it'll take this turn, though, we need to go ahead and let this overlap a little bit to get all of this. There we go. There's all that. And the way it does these lines are a little bit goofy, so now I'm probably going to eyeball the rest. Because again, I can at least see where it sprayed. So at the very least, I can reduce my width and come back. But yeah, you see how it just gets narrower and narrower as I go through here. So I can hit Control Z, Control Z again. And that way you're just using a little bit less. I can even control Z smaller. And turn that off. So you've already sprayed all of it except for that little bit back here. There you go. Yeah, so this sprayer doesn't have the most capacity, but I mean, we just did this whole field and then only used like 21% of our capacity. So that's why I think this, if you're going to get a fertilizer spreader, I would say start at least with this this one right here. Because it is very nice being able to get that much spray out of it. And until your farm gets really big, you don't need a big capacity out of this. Because all 4 of these fields right now use probably like 50 or so percent. If that uses 20%, all these combined probably use like 50%. It's definitely worth it. So now that that grass field is fully fertilized, our wheat fields are fully fertilized. Let's go see what we get from selling all this. Again, we know we started with about 19,000 tonight. So we'll see if we at least kind of break even or what we'll get. Again, we could have sold more bales, but I just want to sell these for now. One load them, see what we get. We don't quite break even if we lose a little bit of money for this first cut. I'm not too worried about it because, again, our next cut, we're going to sell all of it. So we'll make a pretty nice profit if we don't now. Yeah, so we lost like $6,000. That sounds really bad, but again, we have a bunch of extra hay. And yeah, I probably will sell a bunch more. You have to wait for this thing to fully move forward. And then you can do that. There we go. All right, we'll get this back to the house. Again, we did lose money, but again, that's because I wanted to save a fair amount of hay and silage for myself to be able to mix my own TMR. And then pretty much now for the rest of the year, for all of our next few cuts, we're going to be selling it all, basically. And I may just do hay. That way I don't have to lease a tedder as well. I may just all do hay. Well, I don't know. Maybe worth it. Let me look at the price again. Because I think really silage is worth like almost double. Because I think it was 180 and 360. So if that's the case, then it is worth leasing the tedder. Because again, AI can run the windrower and the tedder. Oh yeah, I was looking at pricing real fast for the silage again. Yeah. So silage being worth like double, I think it's worth actually leasing the tedder. And we actually need to go ahead and return this now. Equipment. I keep forgetting now to find your equipment is over here with the prices, which is just so weird to me. It's not where you used to be able to find all of your equipment at. But anyways, we go ahead, go over here, say return it for now. We don't need to lease anything now for the next couple of months. So that's good. And AI is very aggressive about passing you in this game, I've noticed. Like I've watched one guy, I think it was each where I listened to, or oh no. Let me go get my other tractor now. I was not paying attention. But anyways, I think one of the guys I was watching, yeah, he was like hauling a bunch of product. He had his semi. He was going to go haul it somewhere, and he was trying to turn on the driveway to the left. And when he went to turn, he didn't notice it, and there was an AI trying to pass him at the same time, and completely stopped him. So you know, that's super frustrating. I may have to. Let's see if I can get back in the tractor. I don't think there's a way to reset necessarily. I don't think there's a way. Because can I open this at all? Or I might be able to. Come on, back up. Back it up, Terry. My wife's a teacher, and her kids try to argue with her that it was back it up Jerry, not back it up Terry. They're like third graders, and that was a serious argument for like an hour. So they finally pulled up the video and said, no, look, it's Terry. You guys weren't even born when this came out. Or no, they were 1 year old when it came out. That's how it was. There we go, fixed it. Good grief. Don't drive while you're distracted, kids. That'll happen. You'll flip your tractor and then have to go get your other tractor to flip it back over. Now, luckily in this game, you don't actually get damage from wrecking anything. So, at least that kind of saves you a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and back it. Maybe not all the way, but at least somewhat out of the way. There you go. Tab back over. I have to raise my thing. There we go. There we go. Now we need to go ahead and mix TMR again and put it in our barn. And we also need to bring a bale of hay over to our little cows too. Again, so I just need to go over here. So I like this grabber. It's so easy to pick up any of this. Then just close it. Pick it up. Easy peasy. Now I could have a weight at the back, but I think all this is, these bales are light enough that I don't need a weight at the back. Angle it up. Then I know from experience, ooh, I can do a whole bale in this. So I'll just drop that whole thing in there. Then I'll grab a bale of silage, throw it in there. Then a little bit of straw. Straw is just so cheap compared to hay and silage. It's worth doing. It'll let you put so much percentage of straw in there. So it's worth throwing it in there just so you get a little bit more volume out of your TMR. Like this straw's gonna last for a long, long time because I only need I can only add about half a bale of straw. Never had it drop a bale before. That's interesting. Well, we'll get it. We'll get a really good grip on this bale now. It's so slow to lift it up. You have to really pan your mouse to get it to finally pick it up enough. Yeah, you can see silage though is a little bit heavier. It almost tipped me over a little bit. Yep, I need to wait. Oh no. Okay, let's let it go. Where's my weight? So I think I can utilize the same weight that's on this John Deere. So let me move it out of the way. The John Deere can't get a front attachment. Well, it can, but this tractor is just so light that it's really hard to be able to use it. All right, so then now, get this guy turned around here. He can attach the weight to the back. I thought I had another weight somewhere that I was using, but I guess I wasn't. I guess I just used the same weight. I could have swore I was using a different weight for the TMR, but I guess not. Anyway, so now we won't tip backwards. Get my camera angle adjusted a little bit so I can see what the heck I'm doing. There we go. Get a good grip. Lift up. Oh, fucking. You still see we're trying to lean a little bit, but we're not actually tipping over. Make sure we get it high enough to drop it in here. And again, I know from experience, I can just drop this straight in. It's not going to throw off my ratio. Just drop it straight in. It should go. I don't know why it's not going. Sometimes it's kind of iffy. Let me angle it. You can tell it's not increasing my ratio right there of the silage. So I have to kind of bump it a little bit. Why are you not going? Bale is not supported. What do you mean? I've done this so many times. Oh, it's not fertilized yet. That's why. I forgot. If we go ahead and check these bales, we actually need to wait one more month or maybe just a little bit longer. How much? What percentage is it at? It's at 3% fertilized. So we actually need to wait one more month for it to fertilize, basically another day. But we'll go ahead and at least put this in here anyways, and then once it's ready, it will automatically get it. But now we need to grab a bale of hay to go feed our calves over there at the other barn. So we will go ahead and grab another bale of hay to run it over there. Whoop, 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 whoop. I'm just being really good at getting myself stuck here tonight. Holy cow. I wonder if I need to... No, go to here. Go to the front one. Detaching tool is not allowed in this state. Oh boy. Oh no. That's bad. There's like no way for me to get out. Somehow I was able to go just fast enough to get myself stuck. Maybe I can... Oh, wait. Okay, I'm seeing I might can do something here. Go this way. I thought I was onto something and then it kind of stopped working. Will it be better to close this? We are like totally stuck. I don't know how it was able to glitch through, but then now I can't get out, so that's cool. Because it won't let me detach my tool either. We're going to have to like cut down this bush. We're legit going to have to cut down this tree. That's great. I can't remember. Can we fast travel to hotspots? Because I don't think I have the chainsaw bought yet. Yeah, if I hit the hand tool number 3 key there, I don't pull it up. So we need to... It's not a fast travel point. Visit. There we go. And then we can run over here. Yeah, you can essentially fast travel to some places, but for whatever reason, the store is not a fast travel point. Well, may automatically give it to you, actually. Go over here. Go to tools. And tools. Chainsaw is just $1,000. It says I have one. What? Oh my gosh. It's just not working out for me. Hold on. Oh, cool. You can fast travel to your silo, too. That's cool. I can't walk very fast with this thing. First time using the chainsaw, we got to use it. Okay, we're gonna cut up this tree. Not that I wanted to, but I kind of have to. Okay, are we done here? Okay, let's toggle back. Oh no, I meant to hit E. We'll have to... This is great. Oh my gosh, who would have thought I would have had all these troubles today? I'll have to split them up. Well, it kind of locked on and then it didn't lock on. Oh, that was a little glitch. There we go. We're gonna just have a limb stuck on our tractor now. And maybe light enough I can grab it. Let's see. Yeah, it's light enough I can just pick it up. So we're gonna have this cut up bush over here now. Can I pick this one up too? Oh, yep, I can. Cool. Yeah, you can pick up pretty decent size. Again, I don't have any mods installed, so a little bit of a side quest I was not expecting to get into today. Guess that's what happens when you get stuck in a tree. Eventually, I will buy the sawmill too, because there's just so many trees you start off with that'll very quickly pay for itself. But anyways, let's go ahead and grab a hay bale. Open her up all the way there. And I'll go ahead and run this over to our cows over there. I wonder if you can actually sell TMR. I wonder if it's worth it for me to make my own TMR and then sell that. That may be a thing, actually. I don't even know. Hello. Gotta drop it off at this. All you need to do is get it in lowered. Make my angle right a little bit. What I have to do is get it in this platform, drop it, and back off. I think if you look here, then you can see it's slowly like tearing down the bale. And I'll just add on to their hay. You see too, you have meadow. Meadow won't regrow unless you were to remove all the cows out of a pen, and it applies to any pen that has meadow in it. So if you ever run out of meadow, you can't get any of it back unless you relocate them to a different field and then move them there. The next thing we need is water. I'm gonna use that. Did I grab that last night? Yes, did. There's a collectible in here. You get $10,000 for it, and I collected that not last night, but on last stream. There we go. So that's settled. Good grief. My grass field is fertilized. I'm just trying to think if there's other things we can do right now, because right now we need to wait to the next day so we can get TMR to our cows. Then we can dump our TMR, feed our cows really well. We need water. Again, I want to look at quick overview what tools I have. I don't think I have any water transportation either. Yeah, nope, no water transport. And I don't think there's anything I really want to sell right now either. Because I want to be able to use my lime spreader. I still want to keep that extra tractor because it's nice having AI around. I'm not going to sell my cultivator or my combine either. So yeah, we're just kind of stuck with what we have. Well, all right. I could walk the few feet I want to, or I could just snap myself over here. So we'll go ahead and advance to the next day. That way our silage is fully fertilized, and then we can make our own TMR. Our TMR mixer can only accept silage and hay. It won't recognize that silage until it's 100% fertilized. So have a skip. All right, let's see. What are we looking like now? We're over here to check our percentage. Are we close? We're at 94%, so a little bit into the day and it'll be ready. We need to, first of all, detach our back weight here, drop it off. If you look at our wheat fields right now, because it didn't take care of the weeds before, our weeds are growing. It hurts our yield bonus here. It'll get down to like 50-something% if I don't. Seems like it's almost lagging. It looks fine on my screen, but on the stream, it looks like it's kind of lagging. I don't know why, though. My bit rate's really good. I don't know what that's about. Anyway, so we got to get a weeder. Let's see what's even for on sale right now. Big old tractor we can't use. That's a T-tiny tractor that's very expensive. And the sprayer A spader prepares fields for the next sowing. It can be used instead of a plow. Yeah, we don't need that either. It's nothing good for it's on sale that we actually need. So that's a no bueno. Um, so what we need to do is go to yield improvements. Weeders. This one's only 6 meters wide, but at least this thing is going to be super cheap. You can get these bigger ones, but I don't want to use that kind of money. This one works on small weeds, which is exactly what we have right now. You could use a sprayer, but I don't have a sprayer. And sprayers is also consumables, right? It's better just to use this weeder. That way you just buy it and you're done. But I really don't want to spend $6,000 right this second. I'd rather lease this as well. 300 bucks. Yes. Now we gotta go back to get our weeder, and hopefully while we're doing all this, our silage will get fertilized. I mean, we'll get, you know, done and ready to actually be silage, so we have to wait a minute. So we might as well work on something while we're waiting on that. Otherwise, we'll just be sitting twiddling our thumbs. So I always want to try to do something. And I did not look at contracts before I skipped the next day, like a goober. I should have looked at contracts, so we're going to do that too. After we get our cows fed and those fields weeded, we're going to look at contracts, actually. See if we can make some kind of money. There still might be some like easy cultivation contracts and stuff like that that are available. Plus, if we get the spraying contracts, to me, those are super quick and easy to do as well. So let's see if there's any good or decent quick and easy contracts too here in a minute. The MacDon pack, I did pre-order the game. I have the MacDon pack, but the MacDons are pretty expensive that you can't really get those early game. You have to kind of expand your farm before you can get a hold of the MacDons, but it will be worth getting. They have a really good swather on them. I think they can even have a pretty decent mower too you can get for them. So we'd like to get the MacDon. You know, we just got to get to that point to have that kind of income. So we'll see. That looks plowed. Maybe this is still growing. So we may get like some spraying contracts, which again aren't bad. So we may do that. But anyways. And we'll actually have our other tractor running this weeder. I think. Yeah, because we want to put a straw bale in there, so we need to detach. Let this one be on standby for when the silage bale finally goes through. I think it's ready. If I were to look. Fermenting, yeah, 94% still. Okay. So we'll let this tractor run the weeder. Come on, move forward. Go ahead and attach the front tool. Grab our weeder. Looks like I still have 2 people watching, so I'm glad you guys are sticking around. I'm curious who the 2 people are, you know. So if you don't mind posting in the chat, I'm curious to see who is still in. I appreciate it so much. And again, as long as at least one person is still on, I'm totally fine still streaming at least for another 2.5 hours. We'll say at least, yeah, 2.5 hours. That would be 2 o'clock. So at least I'm okay with that. As long as somebody is watching. Again, you don't even have to post in the chat. I appreciate just knowing there's at least a person or 2. Let's see. But yeah, there you go. You can see the weeds disappearing. Let's see if you can actually see a specific weed in front of me here. Yeah, like right there. The boom, it disappears. That's what's nice about the weeder. And I think it's like doesn't even grow anymore. It's just gone. Yeah, so now it just needs rolling. But you can't really do the rolling at this stage. I should have gone ahead and done the steering assist. Well, maybe we'll just let AI go for it. That'll be fine. We'll let AI go for it, and we'll just kind of. I may kind of tab back and forth. I may try to peek at contracts. We could do a contract while we're waiting because we'll borrow equipment. It's at 95%. So another quick way to make money is actually contracts. So we'll look at some contracts we can do real fast for some quick and easy money. $12,000 for some cultivating. Yes, please. We will borrow items. Beautiful. All right. We'll see what other easy ones are. Harvesting. Harvesting can be a little bit time consuming. Again, not a ton. This was only mowing. Again, you're not baling it. You're just straight up mowing it for $9,000. That's another contract we may do. 8,000 for plowing. Plowing is just time consuming. Stone picking and sowing. Again, 9,000 for harvesting. There's a lot of different contracts we could do. Bale wrapping would be pretty quick. The bales are already there. You just wrap them. That'd be another quick one to do. So yeah, we'll pan over. Because again, we are waiting for our bales here. So we'll go ahead and grab the cultivator now that we just got. And we have to swing around to the front to attach this weights. All the weights, for whatever reason, load in. That's where you have to pull in. I guess because their idea is that you put them in the back. But to run a tool, you really need to put them in the front. So, because these other ones you can just back into, but you can't really back into that weight if you're trying to put it on the front. I feel like you're more often than not need the weight on the front because of all the heavier tools you really load in the back. Anyway, so we need to go to field 38. I thought there was a way to pin that specific field. Let's see, 30, 37. If I visit, it's going to snap me over there. I don't want to visit, but rather, well, I could set a destination for myself. Set a destination to here. Okay. Now I could look at the map here for how our field's doing. Yep. So I started like this headland myself, kinda. Then realized, hey, I need some moolah. Let's figure out what we can do. So we'll let AI kind of keep working this field. I may just leave AI to do that. And then we'll see. Once my AI 2 gets me to over here, then I'll do this field myself and let AI keep doing the weeds. And we still need to occasionally check on our silage bales because, again, as soon as they're done fermenting, we can transport our TMR and feed our cows because I think our cows are probably out of food right now. Yep, and you can see too, which I don't know why their health dropped though, because they still have meadow. So I don't know why their health is at 0%. Because you see 40% here means that their health should be at 40%. So I don't know why their health just plummeted like that. That sucks. Now I do have a bunch of milk though. 10,541. So, 10 and a half times whatever the price is going to be because the prices are based on 1,000 liters. So I'm curious. Let's see. So if I go, yep, there's milk. We can make $22,000 right now if we sell our milk that we have. Okay, so that's something else we need to do. We need to. I mean, it's worth it to do because if I go to lease this, I think it's animals, barrels, the milk one. If I lease this guy, $1,200, and I'm going to make $22,000. So yes, I'm going to lease this. Now it's going to be a couple of loads, I think, because I think I have 10,000 uh, leaders. Oh, did not pay attention to that being in the way. Accidentally bought too much, or it was whenever I was using a lime, one that can do lime and fertilizer, and accidentally bought fertilizer for both, so I had to unload a bunch of fertilizer so I can use my lime. And then yeah, it ended up being a mess. Did that just say the AI is finished over here? It just said AI did something. I swear it just did. Interesting. My tractor's in such disarray, I really need to repair it. It's pretty low right now. So I really need to repair our tractor. If you're low on money, always check contracts. And I got lucky too. I didn't realize we had all that milk stored up. So I'm glad I checked. Because I really didn't even think about it. Because again, you saw we only have like 10 cows, so I was surprised we had that much already. I was surprised. I'll try to pay attention to see if it tells me that the AI has arrived at that other field. Because at least with this, we can send AI to go sell this milk. I need to go ahead and lower this out of the way, kind of, sort of, kind of. There we go. We're going to cut in front of the school bus here. It's 8:13 in the morning, so... I mean, I think most schools start, like, across the country, no later than 8. So that bus... This should just be a bus driver trying to get home or drop off the school bus at the bus garage, so it's fine. If we were making a bunch of kids late to school, I might pull off to the side, but just him, we're fine. There's our mail guy. Thank you, mail guy. Which I don't know if my buddy is still watching Ryan. He's a delivery guy for the United States Postal Service. I know this time of year is absolutely crazy for them, for all delivery people. Now I got a chainsaw, though. I should really cut down this tree. It'd make my life a little bit easier trying to get... Because this axle at the back will turn and stuff, so it's not really very possible to back this thing in. Oh, hold on. See, this thing is this front attachment. I need to start kind of taking it off every now and then, but we should get to... Yeah. Fill milk. There we go. I like the sound too the tires make on that gravel. So for my milk, who is buying it the best? Oh, dairy. Okay. Oof. Yeah, the dairy is so far away. So we'll say create a job. Deliver to... It's all alphabetical. Dairy. Looping means it'll come back to the wherever it's currently at. So it'll go back, loop around, and then come back to where it's at. So we're going to go ahead and do it that way. And start job. So then now, he'll go deliver that. And then I can go ahead and start. We'll do steering assist, work direction, automatic, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and start doing this contract, because it is a nice little payment. And with these huge tools, it shouldn't take too long. So we're going to go ahead and do this contract. You see, it's going to unfold another time here. So it's a super wide cultivator, which is very nice. Yeah, the GPS makes some funny noises. There we go. Now we are cruising. We're gonna make a nice little profit doing this. $12,000. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Yeah, as wide as this thing is, we'll see what percentage we are at though when we get to the end of this row, but I don't think it's gonna really take that much. We'll do the headland first, which is the way I like to do it. Especially, you know, if we had crop destruction on, doing the cultivating headland first doesn't matter because there's no crops there you're destroying. You're just cultivating, right? So there's no seeds planted or nothing. Unless you messed up the field and planted the wrong thing or something, there's no reason there should be anything you're worried about destroying on the field. So then we'll kind of swing out like this. You can get a pretty tight pivot with this big old tool too. That first pass was 8%, so that's pretty good. And we could hire AI to do this, yes. We could see what is... I would have thought he was done with that by now. Let's look at what he's doing as far as the weeds. Yeah, he's doing like the last headland run around here. Seems like he's taking a while to do that field. Oh yeah, he's already dumping off milk. Oh yeah, look at that. We're making some dough on that milk. Yeah, $17,000 on that first load of milk. It only cost us $1,200 to lease that hauler or that tank, so very good. That's one way to get out of a tight spot. Sell your milk. Again, right now it just happened to be at a peak, so it was worth selling. Definitely not always going to be that lucky when money gets tight. In this economy, we'll see how the U.S. economy is about to be. I don't know. Well, I'm not exactly sure how the tariffs Trump's wanting to do, how that should work, but like, no, right now a lot of the other countries, their tariffs to us are like 10% for us to send stuff to them, and a lot of the other countries, for them to send us stuff is only like 2%. So really, his spike is really making it even. And anyway, we'll just see how that goes. I don't know. Like, even like, I don't think. I guess it sort of depends on how you look at it, because I think you're not gonna get too political. Just thinking about economics. You know, I don't know if. Because I don't know. I've heard some people say different things about the tariffs. I won't get into it, but there's like some different short-term and different long-term effects and how it's going to work out. And again, even to me, though, it's all speculation. I don't think anybody really knows how it's going to go. So we'll see. I think long-term will get where he's trying to get, but I don't know short-term. You know, how rough or good it's going to get before we get to our, you know, the finish line. I don't know. We'll see. We're making good progress, though. We're already at 20. We're about to be at 25% done with this contract. So that'll be very nice. We're at 11:44 now. So yeah, like 30 minutes of gameplay, we're about to make $30,000. That's pretty good. I'll take that. I think we're doing 2 headlands. We should. It usually automatically does 2 headlands, and I didn't tell it not to do 2, so it should just be 2. Go ahead and lower this so we're not wasting. Yeah, there we go. Trying not to waste time if I can help it. 27%. Let's see what our other AI are doing. Did you actually finish this field or what? Yes, you did. Beautiful. Because weeds can really, really hurt your yield, so it's important to go ahead and get rid of the weeds. So let's just check this real fast. Now our yield bonus is at 97%, right? Well, these that haven't weeded yet, and their yield bonus is at 83. if those weeds keep growing, our yield bonus is only get as low as like 53% or something crazy. So it's worth it to weed your fields, or otherwise your yield bonus gets shot down so bad. Again, you don't have to get a big old sprayer, or lease a big old sprayer or something. You can lease you something like this, especially with these small fields you start off with. Just lease that little weeder and you're good. All right, now dismiss the AI. Now, because of how little milk is left, I think it's like 2,000. Yeah, 2,500. That's only that'll be like $5,000 total. From this, if I were to grab the rest of it, so I'm gonna leave it. We have a bunch of slurry. That's a lot of basically fertilizer that's just sitting there right now for slurry. So we really need to look at fixing that. Another note, let's check our silage. Are we fertilized yet? 96%. Nope. It's very slow to fertilize. So that's why I wanted to find something to do for it to finish getting processed over to be silage. So always doing something. You don't want to sit idle in this game. I mean, unless you have nothing else better to do, you just want to sit down and sip your coffee while you're waiting, which is what I would do if I was playing by myself, honestly, probably. But I just want to keep showing you guys things and keep advancing this gameplay a little bit. Because we were in a tough spot, and again, I didn't even realize I had $20,000 sitting there. Like, glad I checked the milk. I didn't even think about it. Because really, I was just checking the food for the cows. I didn't even think about selling the milk right now. But we happened to be at a spike, too, so it was worth selling. So that's nice. The stars certainly don't always align like that. So we got lucky. And I'm hoping, too, to really get into, like, actually getting the dairy production going and getting, like, cheese and bottled milk. Bottled milk, that's one thing I wanted to note. Last stream I've noticed this, and I realized I was kind of wrong. If you look at milk, it's at 22.83 per 1,000 liters. If you go to... I thought it was just called bottled milk. Maybe it's just milk, parentheses, bottled. Yeah. Bottled milk is at 1,800. But so how it works, to convert milk to bottled milk, it actually doubles your volume. So even though it looks like a bottled milk is worth less per 1,000 liters, but you get double. So for 1,000 liters of milk, you actually get 2,000 liters of bottled milk. So really from 1,000 liters of milk that you would get, 2,300 for, you then actually get like 1,700 for, or 2,700 for. So you get, I don't know, a decent percentage increase for making bottled milk instead of just keeping it as regular milk. So that's another reason I'm thinking about, I may get the small dairy just for my milk production until my milk production gets, really high, and I constantly keep that small dairy running at like full capacity. And then I'll look at upgrading to a larger dairy. But so that may be the next stream. I doubt it's going to happen tonight, but we'll see. Again, I don't know how much longer I intend on playing. Again, I'm thinking at least for like 2 more hours at this point. We'll see. If we get to a point where nobody is watching, then I'll reconsider. But as long as there's 1 or 2 people watching, I'm good to keep on playing. Maybe you guys are playing along with me, lurking, or maybe you're working, or maybe you're playing Call of Duty, or, the new Black Ops 6 game. Maybe you're doing that and listening. Like, I don't care what you do. Because I'm kind of in the same boat. Like, when I'm playing Black Ops, I still like to listen to people, and I still like to support the smaller channels like I am. Like, I like, checking the small ones, too, because the way YouTube is, it really doesn't boost the small YouTubers, but some I've seen are still really good. So I still like, showing up and supporting them. I'm like, if they're worth listening to me, I like them, so I'll still swing by if I see them on or something, or see if they drop an edited video. Let's see. Finish that row, lift up, back it on up. We're about done with the headlands here. Lock on, pull forward, and lower. Boom.
Now, I know one thing I won't do though, as I won't be advancing to the next year and doing our next like wheat harvest. I still might do another load of bales or something, because we're one more day away from getting another cut of hay and stuff. So I'll probably do that. And if we get enough money, we may go ahead and buy like a windrower or something outright instead of leasing it. We'll see. Yeah, especially if something will come on sale in the next couple of months. It's maybe worth it too early on. That's part of the point I made earlier about not expanding too fast, and maybe worth early on waiting a couple of months to see what comes on sale before you just buy something. Because you'll be surprised. You'll be surprised how much stuff and how much variation there is on what come to be on sale in the shop. So it's worth kind of waiting a couple months. Because again, from the get-go, you have the tools you need to plant and harvest. You just can't get like a 100% yield bonus yet. I mean, you can at least have the bare bones to farm at the start if you do a starting farm. So I wouldn't expand too fast at the beginning, especially if you're new and don't really know exactly what you're doing. I wouldn't just up and buy a tool, because like you need to know what the tool is for, and really if it's worth in your situation to actually buy that or not. All right, so this thing turns pretty sharp. I should be able to just do one row after another instead of alternating. Yeah, look at this. That's wild. As big as this thing is, it's got no problems making those turns. That's crazy. This is a pretty good sized field. And with the farmer's market right here, this would not be a little bad spot to own. It's just there's no farmhouse really out here. It looks like there's a biogas place. It seems like there's not really a good spot to put a barn and stuff out here unless you took up one of the fields, which would not be ideal. Lower it. Boom. They're getting about 5% or so per row. So wait a little bit more. We're at 61% when we started this one. Let's see where we are when we get to the end. Sometimes it's worth leasing or borrowing the equipment for these contracts too. That way you're not, you know, hurting your own equipment, needing to repair it sooner. You're able to just borrow it because it's pretty cheap to just borrow their tools. You don't actually pay what it would cost to lease the equipment. You just borrow it from the farmer. Kind of works like an actual farmer's co-op does. You like borrow each other's equipment to help them out and stuff. So, and then you still get paid for it. So it's pretty cool. And we'll flip it around. No, we don't just help our neighbors out. We get paid for it, dang it. You just completed their task. Yep. All right, cool. Now I need you to go ahead and weed this other field for me while I continue working on my contract. So we're getting a good bit done here. Make sure it recognizes this field. Yes. Do the headlands first. Crop destruction is off. It doesn't matter. There you go. You got fun doing that. Just make sure he kind of gets started here before I transition over. Yep, okay, we're good here. Go back to this. Lower. Lock on. Forward. So really we're getting like 7% per row, basically. Maybe, I don't know, something like that. I mean, really we only have, what? 4-ish more rows after this, something like that. You shouldn't have to exactly cultivate every square inch of a field, or if it was a spray or any contract, you don't have to get every square inch, but you do have to get like, 95% of the field or something. So if you were to miss like a little sliver, like if you were to, like, let's say I took this turn and I just missed just a little bit of the corner, it's not worth taking the time to get. Usually you can end it early. And then if you are spraying or doing something like that where you're having to consume something that's spending money, you are better off just to stop. As soon as you get 100% of the contract done, just stop. You might have a little bit less of the field, just call it a quits. Go ahead and return the equipment, go on to your fields, do whatever you want to do, as long as you just claim that you finished the contract. But you'll see here in just a minute what that looks like if you haven't done that before, how to actually claim your contracts that you finished. Lift. If you lift, you can move a little bit faster. So it's worth lifting. Every time you turn like this, lower it down. Boom. Yeah, we are almost done with this contract. And then I'll have to see what else there is to do right now to see if there's any other contracts left that I want to do tonight, or if I just want to focus on the cows, which that is the next thing, though, we actually need to do. As soon as we get done with this contract, return the lease, claim the contract, and then we'll check and see if our silage bales are finally ready, and then we can make our TMR and feed it to our cows. Because we got to get their health back up. If we want them to go ahead and make more cows, we got to get their health back up to 100%, and their reproduction percentage keeps going up. You have to get your reproduction percentage up to 100% before they'll actually make more cows. So then of course, to get your reproduction up, though, your health has to be at 100%, and then each month your reproduction chance goes up by like 10%, I think it is. So if you want your cows to make babies, you gotta keep their health up constantly, and then get their reproduction, keep their health up long enough to get to 100% reproduction. That's basically the key. Make sure I don't have a... Nope, no message. Actually need to get into my little... a snack my wife got me earlier today. %, beautiful. I basically have like 1.5 more passes. We're about to have a thin strip. I think we'll need to do some of it, but not all of it. We'll see, but I don't think we'll need to. We might have to go like up half of it, maybe a little bit more. We'll see. Because I think doing this will get us to like 97%. Then we need to do a little bit more after that. Oh, I accidentally picked it up. What the heck? Keep it kinda straight. My bad. Accidentally hit the V key and didn't realize it. Whoopsie. We're back on track. It was an oopsie daisy. Do. And then now we just hit midnight, at least where I'm at. So it is now officially Friday for me. Okay, and lift. What graphics quality is this? Yeah, I can show you. It's pretty high. Let's see. So we'll go over here to settings. Oh no, I can't look. Forget, you can't see your graphics settings from here. It's basically ultra. I tweaked some settings to high, like my Like the distance the texture spawns in is set to like, I want to say 120, something like that. The clouds, they may be set to high or ultra. The fog, I think it's set to high right now. It was ultra, but I decided to set it to high instead. Contract is done. Let's go. So I have to leave the game to actually show you my exact graphics settings, but basically it's ultra, but some stuff changed to high. So specs you need to run ultra are high. So right now I have a 4060 Ti, and to throw on top of that though, with tweaking some from ultra to high and some of those like low distance, my frame rate right now is actually 100. On the menu it's 112, but sitting here in the field right now, my FPS is 109, and usually it ranges from 90 to that 10 something range. If you want to do 60 FPS, a 4060 Ti, I think you could keep it at ultra. You just max out at 60 FPS, but because of my monitor, that's at 1440p too, is what I'm using. See, I think a 4060 is enough to even run like ultra if you're okay with a 60 FPS. But if you want higher, like I'm running like a 90%, you have to tweak it back down to a little bit, back off of ultra a little bit in some settings and go to high instead. What that sound was. We finished the contract, so we'll go over here. Oh yeah, I was just thinking of building a PC for Farm Sim 25, trying to find out what specs I need. Nice, yeah. Like I actually work from home 4 days a week out of the 5 work days. So, I'm gonna explain that real quick. So you go to the contracts, you go to active, you just hit collect. And there you go, it's done. But yeah, so like I was saying, yeah, I work from home 4 out of the 5 work days. But that just started in June. I got a new job. But my other job didn't let me work from home. Like if something came up, like if a contractor was coming to replace my windows last year, or something else was going on at the house, like I was sick, my wife was sick, my kid was sick, or whatever, they'd let me work from home randomly. So I built me a PC because of that 2 years ago. But I mean, I think it's worth it because I think you, like I said, like a 4060 Ti or even like a 3060 Ti, you could still probably run this at high settings and be okay. So I think you can get, you can get a pretty low budget PC, like a medium budget PC, I would say. At 4060 Ti, I am an Intel person. So because I do so much from home working and everything else, I have an i7. It's a 12th gen. You don't have to go 12th gen, but personally, I would if you're feeling Intel. But if you're wanting well, right now my brain is blanking. But if you're wanting to look at the other brand of CPUs, I honestly don't have really any experience with those. Really, my experience is only with Intel. I just upgraded my motherboard and CPU actually. It was a 10th gen i7, but I decided to go up to 12th gen because 12th gen through 14th gen actually have the same chip. You can use the same motherboard. So I got an i7 12th gen. Keep it in mind, I may upgrade to like an i9, a 7th gen, or like a 12th gen or like a 13th gen i9 in the future. But for now, I'm happy with my i7. I mean, I imagine like an i7 10th gen, potentially even i5, but I'm not too sure though, because a lot of these simulation games do use CPU. But honestly, though, I'm not sure how demanding this game would be on your CPU. So my i7 seems to have no problems at all. But again, you might could get away with the i5. I'm honestly not too sure on that. Anyways, for other contracts right now, i7, yeah, I think i7 is going to be the best because too, depending on what you're going to do with your computer, I think an i7 is going to be pretty solid to do like anything you need to do. Let's see. So cultivating again, $5,000 for this guy. Oh, but it's such a small cultivator though. No, but again, cultivating though is pretty fast comparatively speaking. Versus to harvest this, harvest and take the product to the specified selling station. Yeah. I don't think so, buddy. Plowing is slow. Get the go slow. Plus, I cultivated field 88. 89 is pretty big too. I don't think I'd want to do 89 plowing. Again, I have to just mow and not bale. That's pretty tempting to mow this. Let's see. AI is still wrapping up weeding this field. I still see our bale sticking out over there, so I assume we are not fermented yet. Nope, 97%. Good grief. Well, we'll keep doing contracts. We'll go ahead and borrow this. All right, active, beautiful. We'll tab over. We get the 2 mower action. So we'll back it up. Hey, AI is done with those wheat fields now, finally. That was long enough. Right now I got a PS5. I'm probably going to sell that and build a PC. Just got bored of the games on PS5. Gotcha, yeah, like, I actually had a PS4. I still have my Nintendo Switch, but I had a PS4. And looks like I can get... Let me get turned around. Looks like I can get through over here. But yeah, because I knew it would be nice to have my own computer because of working from home occasionally. And I really had in mind I wanted to start a YouTube channel. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to build a PC. And honestly, at that point, I hadn't even picked up my PS4 in like 6 months. Like, I hadn't played any games with it anyways. I was only playing like Pokemon stuff on my Switch when I did game. And so yeah, like, I honestly quit using a PS4. And because of that, I was like, well, am I even going to use a PS5? Like, if I'm not using my PS4, why would I do my PS5? Let's do 2 headlands. All right, so we'll go ahead and fold out the back one. Swap to our front, go ahead and fold it down to lower, turn on, hit G again, lower, turn on, pull forward. How much did I spend on my PC, if you don't mind me asking? Gotcha, yeah, so let's see, if I remember correctly, so, you know, I said I upgraded my computer. For that, I upgraded my graphics card, my motherboard, the CPU, of course, and my RAM, because I went ahead and got a DDR5 a motherboard too. So let's just say like my original one. So like for my 3060 Ti, I was gonna keep the mower on. I don't even care if I miss some of the field. Let's try and do this fast. So I want to say for like a 3060 Ti setup, or even like a 4060 Ti setup, let's say that. I want to say right now, let's guess like $400 for that. For the CPU. Let me grab my calculator, because I also kind of calculate what you might expect for like a 4060 Ti build. So let's say like $400 for the CPU, or GPU, I mean. CPU, what's that, like 120, maybe 150, something like that. Decent motherboards, probably about the same, like 150-ish. Alright, then you got your case, maybe like 75 bucks. I don't know what case you end up actually getting. Your PSU, probably like 100 for a decent one that has enough like wattage you'd want. Then you get your cooler, whatever you use to cool your CPU. Again, I assume that's like 100 bucks. That's $945. Plus your fans and stuff. So a good guess for like a 4060 build, because I just calculated like $950, but I know that's not everything, because that's not memory, and even then though, that's a total guess on prices. I want to say originally my PC was like $1,200 probably, if I had to guess. I think that's what about a 4060 Ti build would cost, is somewhere around $1,200 bucks. Assuming that's, you get like an i7 12th gen and all that stuff too. I also didn't include RAM in my calculation either, so yeah, I think about $1,200 would be something you would expect. There's a really good website if you're not really sure. PCpartpicker.com. It's a really good website. It gives you like all the computer components. You select them one at a time. So you say, hey, I want to use this CPU. Okay. Then you go to the motherboard tabs, it'll show you all the motherboards that are only good for that CPU. And then if you go then to GPU, and that's how it'll work. And you can even select your case, and it's pretty good at telling you too what components are compatible with that case and everything. So I'll tell you what, I should have the PC, I think it's PC part picker. Let me go ahead and make sure on my, that's correct. Power video editing. Just type it into search. PC part picker. Yeah, here we go. I'll copy the link here and go ahead and post it in chat for you. It is a really nice website to help you build your PC. So I highly recommend that website. They'll let you kind of go component by component as you go, let you know like if the PSU you picked has enough power to it, if your graphics card, should fit in your tower, it should tell you that. Like, it's very good at telling you compatibilities and everything. So, plus it also gives you really good pricing. It shows if you click on an item, the specific spots. Yeah, no problem, man. Because the way it works too is it automatically shows you pricing. So like you say you pick a specific CPU, you click on that, it'll show you pricing for Amazon, Newegg, even like random like Best Buy, or like even like super small retailers. Like all those websites will pop up, so you can automatically see a quick little table where the best price is that you can get for that CPU, if that's like on Amazon or where retailer that's at, and it'll even give you the link to click on and pull it up. So PC part picker I highly recommend. Which when I built my PC, my coworker was really into PCs and he built his PC and stuff, so he helped me with mine and showed me PC part picker and all that. But when I upgraded my computer, I actually did that all myself, which you haven't upgraded your motherboard. Well, no, you haven't, but for the other people who haven't had to do that yet themselves either, it's not exactly easy. It sounds easy. Oh, you just unplug all this and plug it back in, but to replace your motherboard took me like 2 or 3 hours. Even that's not quick. Well, no, I'd say it was more like an hour and a half, maybe 2, something like that. It was a pain to like reach everything, to get everything plugged back in. To build your whole PC like new, if you haven't done it, could take up to like 4 hours, honestly. It's not too bad though. There's plenty of good videos like Linus Tech Tips, Jay's 2 Cents, a couple other decent PC channels that can show you how to build one once you get all the parts. Yeah, I'm not even bothering locking on, because again, we just have to mow this. We don't even have to bail it. All we have to do is mow the thing, so we'll just mow this however the heck we want to. It doesn't matter to me. We'll just get her all done. Yeah, I just like PCs too, because you get that really nice upgrade path, and you get access to a huge game library that you just don't get. Plus, you can actually get Xbox Game Pass on PC. You have Steam. And of course, you have like all these other game ports too. So I mean, you just get so much more options for games running the PC than you do console. Oh, cool. I didn't miss any spots. Cool. We'll go ahead and lock on anyways and make it easier. Yeah, I just realized we already have $40,000. So like, before I sold that little bit of hay before, I had like $6,000, and now we've made like $34,000. And I guess now at this point, close to like an hour. It's pretty wild. So it's definitely worth doing contracts for sure. This may actually be quicker to just kind of do loops around like this. Yeah, you don't want to be too messy, but you don't have to get exactly every square inch to get these done, but you still want to get most of it. Because it'll only let you miss, let's say, like 5% of a field. Yeah, I agree. PlayStation Plus is so expensive as well in Australia. It's like $150 a year just for a couple of games, and most of them are crap. Yeah, exactly. Like, let's see right now, like all the AAA games are like $70, and it's pretty wild. And a lot of the AAA ones now aren't really all that good. Even like on release, there's so many glitches and stuff. Now, in Farm Sim 25, there is still some glitches, but none of them are actually game breaking. Like, this game is still so good, even on release. And even like the indie games on Steam and stuff actually run pretty good. A lot of the the gameplay is still so fun. Um, yeah, I think kind of all the AAA places are kind of starting to, I don't say necessarily die, but they're certainly starting to shrink. And if they don't start fixing themselves, I think some AAA studios may end up disappearing if they don't start making better games and release and stuff, and getting out of this whole like are you saying, like how expensive the games are? It's crazy. People are complaining about differences between Farm Sim 25 and 22 and how there's no difference. I reckon Farm Sim 25 looks way better and feels better. Yeah, the graphics are a lot better. To me, like you said, it does feel better playing. Like this old GPS steering comes base game. Like I feel like I've seen so many people like on Facebook and stuff saying, "Oh, like you're saying that Farm Sim 25 is just not as good." Well, what they're doing is they're comparing Farm Sim 22 like final form with all the mods to Farm Sim 25 on release. You know, that's just like not a fair comparison at all. And for them to add GPS to the base game, to add a few different crops, a couple of different productions, like it's a huge difference. I think people complain because the mods aren't all out. Yeah, I think that's the main thing, honestly. If all the mods were available, they would say, "Oh yeah, Farm 25 like all the way," right? Like, so I mean, I think as soon as, you know, a lot of these mods that people are waiting on do come out, then I think nobody's gonna be playing Farm Sim 22. I mean, there are still some people who play like, you know, Farm Sim 17. Like, there's gonna be people who still play the older ones, but I think once all the mods come out, a lot of the haters are gonna go away. And if you look back on release, Farm Sim 22 had its own glitches and had several things wrong with it. So, I mean, this game is a lot better on release. And I think that's just kind of getting lost to people. Yeah, exactly. I think it's just kind of what happens with, you have all these games that are supported by all these mods for like 4 years. Then you try to compare it to a new game that doesn't have mods yet. It's kind of unfair. Because if you compare the base game to Farm 22 to the base game of Farm 25, it's a lot better. Plus, there's a lot more added realism with how, like, the ground and terrain react to you and how, like, the GPS works, and just so many things got added that, like, I don't understand. Like, some of these people think or say, like, on Facebook and stuff that this is the worst game ever. Like, it crashes and, like, not worth it at all, but that's just not true. I feel like, honestly, it's disingenuine. I feel like in some ways they're just, like, almost purposely lying in some cases. Maybe not all cases, but some places. Some people I've seen online and they're like, how extreme they talk about Farm Sim 25. I'm like, have you even actually watched the gameplay? Have you even played it like 5 minutes yourself? Like, it doesn't make sense. Give it like 2 months, there won't be any more haters. That's kind of the way I feel. Like, you still will have, like, once in a blue moon, you know, somebody say something or, you know, whatever. There's always going to be haters of games and stuff. Even if it's like the best game that's come out in like 20 years, there's going to be haters. But yeah, I think give it a couple months and all those bigger mod people, because they're actually, the deadline to submit mods, like basically like the last call for mods for Farm Sim 22, I think may have already happened like last week, or maybe it was the end of November, or it is just coming up. So all the mod makers for 22 were forced to move to 25. So we should see some really good mods here really soon. And I've been seeing a lot of modders on Facebook posting they're getting ready. They've already submitted their mod to Farm Sim for them to review and everything. So we'll have a bunch of good mods here really, really soon. Now for this gameplay though, I'm not using mods, but I might eventually start like a modded playthrough that I might edit or something. I haven't decided yet. You gotta head off. I'll try to jump in your next stream. Have a good one, bro. Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate you swinging by. Typically I do stream on Thursday nights. It's just I have a 2-year-old kid. You know, I really enjoy my family time and spending time with him and everything. So really Thursday nights are the only nights I have time to really stream like this. But I want to try to get edited videos out at least once a week. I'm hoping to have one edited video out tomorrow, just to help give people some tips on kind of how to start your gameplay early on, like the first 7 things you should do when you start your game and stuff like that. And that's mostly done editing. I'm hopefully going to upload that tomorrow. We'll see how that goes, but hopefully in the morning I can upload that. And then I'm thinking I might start doing like an edited playthrough, like 30 or 45-minute episodes basically of a different playthrough. But I like streaming this one once a week if I can. It doesn't always happen, because like the last time I streamed was actually 2 weeks ago with Thanksgiving and all the holiday stuff going on. It was hard for me to stream the past couple of weeks, but hopefully I'll be streaming more consistently every Thursday for the next couple, at least until Christmas hits, and then we'll have to, I may adjust my stream around. But anyways, man, I really appreciate you swinging by and asking me some PC questions, and hopefully I gave you some direction on where to go and how to get started on your build there. But yeah, I appreciate hearing people's opinions on the game, and really cool, because I know there's just so many new people coming to the game who just have not even played Farm Sim at all. And that's kind of what this channel is for. I really want to help people. I'm kind of learning how to play and certain methods to play and all that. So if there's any questions anybody has about, you know, how to do a certain production, how to do a certain crop, or, you know, opinions on something, I'm glad to give them. We are so close to being done. 65%. We were right there. See ya, bro. Have a good one, and you helped me. Awesome, man. I appreciate it. If you have a good one, get some good shut-eye, and if you got work or school or whatever in the morning, you know, hope you have a good day as well, and hopefully you got a good weekend coming up. Let's see. 97%, 98%. We're almost there. Come on! Contract finished. Let's go. Now we will collect. Then it automatically drops off. I quite finished mowing entirely though. He built it and everything. That's crazy. This area off of this field. So if I look at the map, no more weeds in my fields. Beautiful. Can I please feed my cows now? Won't need this weeder again until we do the next planting, so we can go ahead and actually return this weeder. Nope. Well, yeah, we do want to return that one though. We are done, and it is empty right now, so we want to go ahead and return this. Then we want to return our weeder, so we're not paying extra when we're not even using it. So that's done. So all of our fields are ready to go now. Curious. Ready to harvest, growing. I want to go see. Guess it's faster. Just go ahead and run over there. Oh, I'm also curious though. What percentage are we fermented over here? 98%. We're almost there. We can almost make TMR. At least stay on until we can do that, because that's driving me crazy. We've got to get our cows' health back up. I want to go ahead and check on the grass field, because honestly, I can't remember. Because I think we haven't advanced it enough yet. Like, I don't think we've advanced the day at all. It has grown up a little bit, though. But yeah, it is growing. And needs rolling. There's a grass roller you can get. How much even is that grass roller? Let's look at that. Special crops, vegetables, grassland, care. Yeah, there's one roller. It's actually, for a roller, it's pretty cheap. So if we were to use that, it would get us to like 97% yield bonus again. But I'm really not worried about doing that because I mean we got the fertilization done and all that, so I'm happy with the 90% yield bonus. That's fine. And there's no weeds growing, so we know that's not going to affect anything. So I'm fine with not even worrying about rolling that right now. So yeah, those fields are good. So all my fields are good now for us to wait until we can harvest. Oh, so about this water tower, if you go to build one, shift for PC anyways, you hold shift P. Okay, that's my game. My game almost crashed or did something that was weird. Is it container? Yeah. Let's look at this. Water station can supply your water tanks with fresh water. Okay. I mean, it's essentially like a well, right? Like that's how that works. Like the windmill like runs a pump and then pumps out water. So you would think to use your windmill wouldn't cost you anything. No, you still have to pay for every gallon of water you pull from this thing. You can actually get water for free from the river. So there's no point in having this windmill. I mean, yes, it's a nice, like it's an easy access, but I can literally go, 200, 300 yards to the river, like in this, like right in here, and get water for free. So there is no reason for me to have this water tank. It's just a waste of space and money. It says $714 though. It's actually worth $5,000, and maybe because of the age, that's what it is. So for $714, I thought it was still worth $5,000, but I guess these buildings and stuff still get like an age reduction. Yeah, because that was higher too at like 0 months. That was worth 14,700 or something. So this was selling for like 5,000, but you can't even repair it, which is odd. It'd be nice to be able to repair stuff. So yeah, it looks nice. I want to keep it, but we are not going to be using this to actually get water from it because it costs money. There's no reason to use it. We can take our water tank over to the river and fill it. Let's say our water tank. We don't even have one yet. I've been having to lease one for a while. So again, all of our fields are good. Our silage, I assume, is at like 98 or 99% still. Yep, 99%. So we look at our contracts. Is there any other contracts that are worth doing at the moment? Then, that won't take too much time. This one we get paid $5,300, but it's using the small cultivator. And that seems like a big field to use a small cultivator with, so I'm not going to do that. This is a smaller field, but it uses a bigger cultivator. So very tempted to do that. If I use my own equipment, it's only $400 less. I'd rather use their big cultivator, so I'm going to borrow items. Thank you. That's such a small strip. $1,500, so I'm not doing that. Harvesting. Is there anything I can harvest with my own stuff? Take it to the selling station. Soybeans. Okay, yep, I can't harvest soybeans with what I have right now. Parsnips, carrots, more soybeans, red beet. Cotton, cotton, cotton. Nope. Hoeing. I think it's like as slow as a plow. Not worth doing. Doing a little planting for 2,000. Weeding. That's not bad. How much is that one too? Oh, that's right next door. Let's go borrow items for this one too. We'll do a couple more contracts. We got time. We'll get some more money too. We'll get over $8,000 for doing this, doing those two. So that's fine. And they're both weeding contracts too, which is hilarious. You can't use the equipment from one contract to do another contract or to use even on your own fields. So we have to. Let me make sure. What doesn't he tell me? I'm pretty sure it's in order. So this first tractor goes with this first one, and the other bigger tractor does that weeder. Or the plow, I mean, whatever. So what's cultivating again? Cultivating it using a weeder. So yeah, it's field 6 that needs this. Okay, just trying to make sure. They're right next to each other and the tools are super similar. So I got to make sure I'm using the right tractor and tool for the right field. So we need to go to field 6 over here. Yeah, hopefully we get enough money from like our milk and stuff. We can. I just don't know if I even want to mess with getting more fields right now. I'm thinking I want to start delving into production, because we could buy the small dairy production now. But if I were to do that, the problem is we just sold all of our milk. Oh, we need to go to field 6. I could have drove through field 7 though. It doesn't matter. Let's just drive through. But we sold all of our milk already. So if I were to buy the dairy production, we'll have no milk available to do it. I want to do steering assist because I want to keep as much of this profit as possible. Anyway, so once my cows get healthy enough, starting to actually produce milk again, pretty quick rate, then we'll look at getting milk production here pretty soon. But first, our cows have got to get in better health. Lord, unfolding took forever. Right now, I don't want to use AI though, so hopefully I can keep most of my profits here. We'll see what percentage we get from one row. See if it ends up being worth our time or not. I'm not really sure. I think I am actually going to hire AI for a second so I can eat my snack that I've had sitting here on my desk for a while, but I've been too busy to do it. And look at, start with headlands. Maybe it'll continue. I doubt it'll continue off of this strip, but it might get lined back up. Yeah, it'll go. Cool. I'm going to get into my snack. My wife brought it to me like basically right after work, but I've been so busy. It's a double stack oatmeal cream pie. So it's got 2 layers here. It's very yummy. And I am very hungry, so I'm gonna munch on this while we let AI kind of do its thing. And I actually enjoy watching AI do this. And I'm gonna actually jump out real fast. Is there a collector's item in this shed? No. There are all these random sheds on the map. Again, I don't know where all the collectibles are, but a lot of these sheds around here actually have collectibles in them. There's like 3 or 4 collectibles in this area. One we already got on the last stream. I'd like to find more. I know there's a couple close, like I said. Oh, well, while he's doing this, though, I could go ahead and get the other tractor, too. Running the weeder. It should run a little bit faster than the cultivator, I think. Nice case tractor. It's a 260. Well, this tractor kind of goes pretty fast. Yeah, 32 miles per hour. Moves pretty good. And then after we finally finish these, though, our silage should finally finish fermenting. I should be able to fit through here. Steering assist. We'll do this while AI is doing the other one. That'll be quicker. It's huge. This is so... Good grief. I didn't know they made weeders that big in the game, or had them that big in the game. That's crazy. I see why this weeder is so expensive now. We're doing a contract with it, but I see why this weeder is so expensive in the shop. Did not pay attention to how wide it is. Good grief. In this little bit we've done, we've already hit 10% on this contract. That's crazy. And our cultivator over there is at 29% through that contract too. We're about to make it easy $9,000 once we wrap these two up. Go ahead and bring it all through, and then we'll back it up. Ooh, this thing turns pretty sharp too. I like it. I like these big tools that can turn sharp like that. Makes field work really nice and easy to do. Very cool. And we get ready to cut our next, we'll do our next cut of hay or silage. We might have enough money to actually buy some of the equipment instead of leasing it. That would be nice. There we go. We'll back it on up. Look at that. It's pretty solid. Pretty solid turnaround there. Doesn't get much better. Yeah, in real life though, I don't know how these weeders work without messing up your crops that have already sprouted. Like I feel like in real life you would want to use this on crops that haven't sprouted yet. Because to me, I mean, why would this not pull up the weeds and the crops, you know? Because it's not really going in between rows now, because like they're not really growing in rows. That's all just like mixed up. So the way it shows the wheat growing, I don't see how this weeder would actually work. I can see if you were like growing corn in rows, how this weeder would actually work going in between rows and stuff, but the way it looks like this field is growing, this should be pulling up actual crop too and the weeds. So I don't know how realistically how effective this would be, but that's something I just totally randomly thought of looking at it. There's this whole loop around. I can't remember. Are we doing 2 headlands or what? Yeah, 2 headlands. Okay. Go ahead and get lined up to do this headland. So we'll do this inside headland, and then we'll do the ups and downs, or the up and downs. Kind of missed that a little bit. We'll back it on up. Lock on. We're just doing a couple of contracts here real quick. We also have our AI doing this other field. We'll get a cool, like 9,600, I think, from doing that. Doing these 2 contracts. These are the last 2 contracts I wanted to do, looking at what was available. And then we'll be ready to advance the next month here in just a minute, assuming our silage is finally fermented so we can make TMR for our cows. That's another reason why we haven't advanced today either. We're waiting for that to get done. But while we're waiting, it's like, well, we might as well do something to get some more money. So, like, even if you have a small farm, you shouldn't really be twiddling your thumbs. There's always ways to make money while you're waiting. Especially because doing contracts don't cost you anything up front to borrow their equipment. It's just when they do pay you, you make, you know, like $500 less, and that's it. So it's worth doing contracts because, again, you don't have to even pay anything out of pocket to lease their equipment. You just do it. You just use it, and they just pay you a little less. You can see all our little weeds here. Like behind us, nothing. And then just next to us over here, you see more weeds. This weed are pretty interesting how it works. Again, I don't know how this would work in this field in real life, but I can see how it would work in actual, like, row crops. Hmm. 63%. Come on, we're almost there. You're almost there. Well, I didn't sing that good, but, you know, Princess and the Frog, Almost There song, whatever. That's what I was aiming for, but I had nowhere close to that octave. Get whipped around here, lock on. Now we'll do the up and downs, and this will be it done here pretty quick. Then we're done with this field, we'll kick AI off of that tractor, and we'll run that tractor too. So now I am losing some of the profit paying AI to do that, but at the same time, though, I knew my silage would be finished fermenting before I got done, so I'm just trying to get these 2 contracts done as quickly as I can. So that's what we're going for. Yep, done with this row. I'll try to get this angle right for this next one. Should get pretty close. This might miss just a little bit of that strip, but I don't think it matters. I think we'll get this done without having to go back and hit a spot or 2. I think we'll be alright. Because again, they are fairly forgiving. This looks like grass or wheat growing. I don't know if it actually is wheat or not, but that's what it looks like. some kind of green crop or grass. Lock on. How's AI doing over there? If they're at 78% right now. Yeah, not too many passes left. Do 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 do. Hey, hey. What? 92%. Yeah, we should finish up on our next pass here. That's pretty quick. Get to the end of this green line, and then we'll rotate on over. Take it to that little corner right here, and then swing it around. Bring it around town. 94%. Come on. Come on, get done. 95%. You teasing me? Come on, get done. Dang it. Oh, you can't even see it. My head's blocking it, but I'm doing this contract I'm doing is the one below field 6 contract you see, and right now it's at 98% now. Like, it's so close to getting done. 98, 99. 100. There we go. So go over here. This is what I was doing here. Weeding completed. Field 7. Collect. Then they take our tractor back. Barley. Yep. Some kind of green crop. And it was either a green or a grass. They grow the same. Get out of here. Go to steering assist. I should be on the same line he was. And go. Gotta kick him off the tractor, man. Taking some of my profits. Get out of here. Lock on and lower. Look, I'm doing this a little bit faster than AI does, because they'll like sit there and they'll back up a lot to get their tools right. It's like, well, you could have just looped around and been faster. So sometimes AI is still a little bit slower. But they have at least figured out how to get AI to actually hit all the spots on the field. Because before on Farm Sim 22, there'd be a lot of missed spots. So they at least figured that out. Yeah, the cargo ship rolling in or out, one of the two. Yeah, we finally have a little bit of money to work with. So that'll be nice. And we still have like all of our grain and all of our wheat and canola from our first harvest sitting in the silo too. So once we hit the peak month for that stuff, we'll go ahead and start selling that. Lower. Whoop. Maybe it was still lower, just so when I started and when I thought I lowered it, I actually raised it, I guess is what happened. Interesting. Right there to finish this one. Come on! Contract finished. Let's go. Collect $57,000. Let's go. What? Do I need to pick up the bell back out or something and then put it back in? What's going on? See, that says fertilized. Let's go check that. Let's go check it. I'm gonna go ahead and hop in the tractor. Why are you not processing this bale? What is wrong with you? Will it not process sitting there? Do I have to take it out? It says silage. Maybe I have to nudge it or something to let it realize I'm trying to do something. I need that front weight though. Hold on, let me make it a little bit easier on myself. So let's go ahead and kind of whip this tractor this way. Disconnect it. Back it all the way over here. Tab over. There we go. Now, something about it, even though it is now fermented enough, it's still not starting, so I don't know if I need to bump it. Come on. There we go. There we go. And then I won't tell you the full capacity of this thing. But now we want to go ahead and grab some straw. Again, it's just cheaper than hay and silage. And again, it'll let you get so much percentage of hay and straw. So because our TMR mixer has some more room, yeah, we're going to grab some straw. But again, it does have enough volume available. It would take this whole bale, so we have to hold on to this bale and take it out before our percentage of straw gets too high. I should pull my TMR mixer like over here. That'd be a little bit quicker. I've tried to deliver the TMR to the cows. I'll adjust where this is parked at. It should just tilt it. Yep, you see our bar for straw going up and up and up and up, and then you pull it out. There you go. I'm just going to go ahead and drop this one right here so I know it's used. And again, to make it easier for this tractor to pick up this weight, drop it right here. And lower this tool out of the way. We'll go ahead and get this trailer attached. There we go. Capacity at 88%. If we'll use straw, it would kind of probably fill it up too far. You can see here for this tool, it unloads on this side if I unfold it. There's not a way to unfold it. We'll see when I get pulled in here. Gotta get to our dump point here. Hit I to start overloading. And there you go. Why did it stop? Why did it stop dumping? I barely dumped any. It was like 10%. So let me turn back around. I had that problem. What was it? I guess maybe even like the last time I streamed, it started doing that. Start overloading. There we go. We're filling up the TMR here. I think it'll take the whole load. I think. There we go. And some mixers actually will unload on the other side of the trailer, so then I have to pull in from this side instead. But then some trailers can actually unload from either side, and you get to pick. Or you can just toggle which side it unloads from. You turn it off. This time, I want to back it in like right here. Not like actually in the barn, but just like sitting out here. I want to back it like right here. Oh wait, I don't have to travel as far. But yeah, there you go. So that's how you feed your cows TMR. Then now, our total mixed ration is 10,000. Total effective capacity is that. And then they will eat the TMR first. I'm also curious to see the cow pasture. How are they doing? 16% puberty. They have hay, and then they still have plenty of meadow left right now. So once we advance the month, now they have food. They don't have water though. That's one thing I needed to look at, actually, is to get some water for them. Again, no tool for sale. Have to go down to animals and burls. 5,000 bucks. That one holds about 3 times as much. It makes sense. Does it tell me the capacity of this thing? How much water does it hold? 0 is what it has in it right now. But it doesn't tell me. Again, the reason you want to keep feed and water in for your small cows is so when they do mature, they're already healthy and can already start producing milk. So you want to keep them fed so whenever they do mature, they're ready to rock and roll as soon as they mature. So because of that, I need to get some water transported. So I'm either going to buy this one or lease the bigger one. I may just lease this bigger one real fast. $800, yeah, we'll just lease this big one. Even though I have money now, again, I don't want to spend a lot of it if I can help it. If I can help it, I really don't want to spend that much, so I'm fine with leasing to go get a big old tank to then get a bunch of water to fill up that pasture. And then we won't need to fill up that pasture for a while. That's why it's worth it to just get the bigger one. It holds 3 times as much. Doesn't cost 3 times as much, but it does haul that much, so we might as well grab it instead. We know there's no contracts to the rest of the day that we want to do. So now that our cows are taken care of, we are ready to go ahead and advance to the next month. It is 2 minutes until 1 o'clock in the morning for me. So we'll see how much longer I go. I do see there's still at least 1 concurrent viewer on. Again, I don't know if that's exactly accurate because the number lags behind who is actually on that second. I don't know how long it lags behind, but I know it's not. At least it's not accurate to that second or minute. I don't know how often it does update. But I do appreciate whoever's still sticking around. The couple people that are still here, I very much appreciate it. Now let's go ahead and get these cows some water, and I can show you guys how you can actually get free water from the river. That's why it's not worth buying water from your windmill and everything. Oh, real quick, I want to look. I'm gonna hop out. Is this the barn over here that has the collectible in it? Maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't, it's whatever. I'm just curious. Okay, it doesn't. You could hear the water sloshing around. And the river. Bye. Nobody's behind me. Nobody's in front of me. Oh, he at least uses his blinker. Now I'm passing you. Sucker. Down, 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 down. I need to take up the road. You shall not pass. Just kidding, I don't care. But anyways, to actually get it to fill with water, you actually need to kind of get it backed up into the water. Sounds pretty intuitive, but unless like you know you can do it, it's not clear in this game that you can do it. It's just because I don't think anything actually tells you can do it. You just have to know you can do it. Somebody tell you or test it out yourself. Now there is a ooh. Stop getting stuck on crap. It's driving me crazy. I need this front end loader, but move hay and stuff. I guess I need to start just unattaching it when I don't need it, but I like to leave it attached. It's just one less thing I have to reattach to my tractor if I leave it. There you go. Refill tank. Yeah, getting it for free, which actually this works this way a lot in real life. Farmers can freely use rivers and stuff for irrigation, you know, to a certain point. I'm sure there's still like restrictions on that specifically, but here you go. 6,000 gallons of water or liters of water for free. Nothing out of pocket. Just have to run over here to the river. So again, especially for Riverbend Springs or any other map that has a river, there's no reason to be buying water. That's a waste of money. Unless you just have copious amounts of money you don't know what to do with, then I guess buy water, but otherwise save you some money, man. Just fill it up from the creek. Now, these guys need to have water hauled to them. The other barn is automatically getting water, and that's included for your monthly expense to the farm. That's part of your like maintenance or whatever. Dump it. Again, I don't know how much this is actually going to hold. I may have too much water that it can even hold, but I want to fill up with however much it'll take. Well, cool. That was worth it then, because it held everything but 50 liters. So this thing is at max, and I only needed like 50 liters left. So like not even 1% of this. So cool. That was worth leasing the bigger one. So they got plenty of water, so we'll see next month their health will go up. So like during the day, their health will not go up. You have to advance the month before their health will go up. There's nothing else I can really do right now to make them feel better. Again, you have to go over. Whoop, close the window. You have to go over here. Vehicles. Looking for the least cost. Here we go. Again, that's how you can find real quick. Whatever equipment you've leased, look at the leasing cost column, and that can help you very quickly find what you leased. But yeah, then we go there. We'll say return. Thank you. Bam. And that's done. Again, our fields now are at, you know, the best I can do for them. I'm not going to take the time to roll. Rolling only gives you like a 2% boost, so rolling is not worth it at all. In my mind, unless you have like some massive farm, then sure, 2% is worth it, but right now, no, it's not worth that for me. But yeah, so there you go. So these cows are good on TMR for now. Again, plenty of meadow. Got some milk going, and then again, the cow pasture is happy as well. Our fields are as good as they can get. The next thing is another cut of hay. Or do I want to do silage? Again, because we use one bale of hay, one bale of silage. So I'm curious to see. And it should be even though, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, we use one more bale of hay for those cows. That's right. And I want to look at. Let's look at the volume. 4,500 liters for just 3,500 liters. So not a big difference. But again, we know silage is like almost double the hay price. So what I'm thinking is we're just gonna do silage. Because again, we don't even have to run the tedder to do that. So we're gonna do silage. So that completes everything we can do this month. Literally, we have to wait a couple months anyways for our cows to get better. We can't even cut our grass yet. We can't. We're still waiting for the wheat to grow too. So literally, there's nothing else we can do for our farm. We've done the contracts. As far as equipment that's for sale, because again, that's another way to actually make some money. I really don't. 55% is not a good deal. I don't want to see like 60% or even more off before I would buy a tool to repair and resell. So we're just going to go ahead and advance to the next month here. And that should let us see some improvement to our cows and also get our grass ready to cut again. I'm at least seeing one concurrent viewer still. So, like, is that Ryan? Are you still on, Ryan? Or I'm curious who my other person is. Unless maybe you were lurking and then fell asleep. I totally understand that happening. I've had a couple of buddies do that who watch my streams actually, just because I typically have the stream so late at night thanks to work and being a husband and a dad. I got a lot of things going on sometimes, so I have to stream late. So I was curious who is watching, but again, I understand if you can't tell me. That's okay if you can't really chat. If you've fallen asleep or you're still just kind of lurking and doing stuff yourself. Again, so these wheat fields are good. 92% yield bonus, fertilize 100%. This little area is at 50% for whatever reason, but I mean, it's literally just this very, very corner section. If I were to look at the map, I'm curious if it even recognizes that. Go over here, fertilized. Yeah, you can see the tiniest little strip here and then little dots here that are at 50% fertilized. But this field, dang, it's at 100%, the whole thing. Oh, AI is running this field. You need to do a little bit better, bro. So let's go ahead. We'll run over here to our hay field. It should be ready to cut again now. But we'll double check just to make sure we're not crazy. Looks ready to me. Bam, ready to harvest silage. All right, so now to do that. Well, we haven't even seen to see what's on sale anyways. Maybe nothing we need. Crop and auger wagon. Using the field for temporarily storing different crop types and directly unload them into another trailer. Forest harvester, that'll get you the chaff from these different crops. What is this? Another auger wagon. Interesting. Well, nothing I need for baling is for sale, so or is on sale. That stinks. So again, I need a mower. How much is a decent mower set up here? $70,000. Yeesh, that's not worth all that much. That's a little crazy. It's like that with being 3.9. But I may go ahead and buy this coon setup. I might do that. I think I want to buy this coon setup outright. That'll be a little bit better. It needs 180 horsepower. And even if that means we need to upgrade our tractor a little bit, I think that'd be worth going ahead and buying these two. This is probably like the cheapest side, almost sounds like the windrower. I might even buy the windrower too on top of that. But for now, I at least want to go ahead and buy the mower. Just so it's one less thing I have to keep constantly leasing. It'll be worth it in the long run to finally start buying some of these tools before I get too far gone. So let's just go ahead and buy these. There you go. So that'll be worth that. And then all I need now is the mower. We're doing a silage, so we need to be able to lease another wrapper. That's a a square baler. Good grief. Good grief, good grief. That one does wrapping. It's the first one that does wrapping. How much is it to lease? $5,800. Yeesh. Let's see. What you mean again? We're gonna be selling every bale of hay we get. What is this? That's a baler. That looks wild. That looks crazy looking. If I were to do the square bales, that might be worth doing it that way. Is it going to be cheaper to do a wrap square bale? Does bales. Do none of these wrap? What? Oh, to do the square bales, you would have to do the square. Whoa. Square bale wrapper. That's like 5,400. 54,000. That's a square baler. So do the square baler. Like a 180 is 164,000. If I just did this round baler, yeah, it's worth it just to lease this instead of the square baler and a wrapper. That is crazy. We'll do it. Again, we bought the mower outright. Which I know that was a good chunk of our Mooney, but that should still be okay. So let's actually, like I've been talking about, let's detach our front tool here. Let's see, you rotate to that. Go ahead and lower it. Is it even going to let you reattach with doing that? Hold on, I'm going to have to fix this. Uh-oh. Try to get it lined back up, maybe. Okay, I'm like, get all kinds of discombobulated. Hold on, let's get lined up to get this, hopefully get this front end attachment back on. I don't know why it's not. Come on, it's so close. Well, maybe I can actually get it lined up again. Like this front end has gotten me in so much trouble today already. Come on. This is so crazy. I wonder, can I shut this door? Maybe that will fix. I'm pressing X to doubt, but maybe it will. Hey, that got it. And now I'm stuck on the fertilizer spreader. There we go. Good grief. Okay, maybe now I can... We'll try one more time to disconnect this front end loader so I can go get my mower. Because now we're ready for our second cut of hay. Detach. Go to this. Detach. There we go. Holy cow. Okay, let's go get our mower. About how to cut another... Well, I couldn't cut that tree down, though. Good grief. And then again, we're about to sell all this hay for this cut. Because I had to use or save... about a quarter or even more of our last cut of hay there. For our first cut of hay. So we're about to really sell all this. Sell all of the hay, and we're actually going to do all silage. Silage is worth about twice as much as hay, and there's actually less steps to it. You still have to wrap it, but you don't have to run the tedder. So it could be cheaper though, because a baler that doesn't wrap is actually a lot cheaper than the one that does wrap. So that is the one thing though, the actual cost associated with doing the hay is a little bit cheaper technically. But we did buy these, the front and the back mower. So we do straight up own these mowers now. We're not leasing the mower, so that's nice. That is very nice. Now there is a mower that can actually do the grass in windrows, but it's pretty expensive. So if you were doing silage, then you would only have to run the mower and then the baler. You wouldn't have to run the windrower too. But that does have an extra cost associated with that, so instead we're just going to use these standard mowers, go mow it, and then we'll go grab our baler.
And eventually I would love to get a bigger tractor that can use big tools, like really big tools, but again, I don't really need that either until I can actually afford said big tools. So, and hopefully now that we've got the hay we need for the next year or two, if not like 3 years, hopefully we can get a bunch of moolah from the hay. That would be nice. Unfold the back. Unfold the front. Lower. Turn on. To the back. Lower. Turn on. Steering assist. Okay. Go. I think I made an oopsie. Why though did it matter? Well, it was running. Ugh. My tractor may not have enough horsepower because that's already 60 and 120. Yeah, I needed like 80 horsepower to do that versus this one, which is 100. Well, we're gonna have to sell our mowers and try again. Lesson learned though, pay more attention to the horsepower of the tools. I thought it could still run it. It can, but 4 miles per hour, it will take absolutely forever, and I'm not going to suffer through that or force you to suffer through that. So let's go sell the mowers. And it's a Coon brand, so it should just be that. Yep. Which honestly is actually not much of a loss. 29,748. 29,748. Yeah, that's actually not that bad of a loss for that oopsie. This one is actually a lot cheaper. So we're going to buy this one instead. And yes, I did waste a few money, just a few money. A little bit of money, but now we have actually more money in the bank. Because that was a lot of our bank account we used to buy those mowers. So I think it actually worked out better for us that we didn't have the horsepower. So we just saved ourselves a bunch of money by just getting that mower. Because that mower worked plenty well. I mean, it's honestly not that much narrower than the front and back mower setup. So we're going to go grab that mower. And whoop, we'll go grab that mower. And we'll get to going on our second cut of hay. So that'll be really nice. We'll be our second cut of silage, I mean, is what I'm going to do this time. This is because I know I'm intending on selling this next cut. And silage is worth double the hay. So we might as well just grow silage. Or do silage, I mean. So let's go grab that. Now I could get like a bunker and do that whole sort of setup for silage, but I'm happy just doing what I consider the easier thing of just baling. Here we go. This is our new mower. We bought the mower instead of leasing it. So again, that is just one less tool we have to lease to get this whole process going. Now, depending on how much a windrower costs, we may go ahead and buy a windrower outright too later. We're going to mow all of it first, and then look at windrowing. So let's get over here to the field and get the second cut of hay going. Which in real life, from what I understand, the second cut of hay is actually supposed to be better than the first cut of hay, or maybe not. I don't know, because when I had guinea pigs, people were, you know, whatever, like, store or, like, pet hay bag, like, brand
I think it was KT. Maybe it was KT brand. I can't remember what the brand was specifically, but anyways, they would label it as first cut and second cut, maybe even third cut. And I really don't know what the difference is. If one is actually better than the other, or one just sounds better, I don't know. But all right, we're going to go ahead and get to mowing again. This time we're not having to worry about what we do with this half of the field and that half of the field and this and that. So it should be a little bit quicker. Plus, we can let AI do some of this work. Which is exactly what we're about to do right now. So AI can be cutting this while I go figure out the windrower we want. Yep, which is set to AI. Beautiful. But I want to check and make sure they're set to do headlands first. There you go. Just go. You go. Do what you want to do. Here's to see how it starts actually doing this. Turn all your lights on. Good grief. Ah, 12 miles per hour. A lot better than 4 miles per hour. 14 miles per hour. There we go. Yeah, that's a lot better. Good grief. Yeah, that was very bad. It is November too, and we're already getting to cut a coot of grass. Yeah, AI doesn't like this turn right here. Might should have done this little bit myself, but that's okay. Let's make sure we want to buy a windrower before I do it. 19,000. Reverse driving is recommended for this tool. What is this? 4.5 meters for 9,000. No, I don't think we're going to buy the windrower right now. We don't have quite that. We don't have about $7,000 left if I bought this windrower, which again, my my head's kind of blocking it, but the Samaz Z2 840H. I was thinking about maybe buying that one, but I think we're just going to lease that one again because I want a little bit more extra money left when I actually buy something. So we're going to lease this again. Get our front weight attached, and we'll go do that. We were actually okay on gas. So far I've had 89 views on the stream here, so 89 people kind of been coming in and out. So it's pretty good. I think I averaged close to like 75, so a little bit of uptick, a little bit of action in the chat earlier tonight, but I know it's just so late now. That a lot of people are just going to bed, which is totally understandable, which is why I'm hoping I would love to get like a Saturday I can stream. Like, I mean, I could stream on like my work, my lunch break working from home, but that would only be an hour. So I don't know how many people would watch an hour stream, right? So I don't really know. Plus, I feel like I would be like forcing a stream to stop in an hour versus letting a stream kind of naturally end, like what's about to happen here. Probably when we do this next cut of pay and get all that sold, that's probably when we call it actually. Which is close to me being like 1:30 in the morning, so I might call it after we get this cut done. Cut through this little corner here. Oop, don't turn too sharp. And we'll go ahead and swap to in the cab. Is there not a way to see in the cab? If you hit... Oh, we're looking backwards. There we go. I was like, why can I not see in the cab? What's going on? Hey, excuse me. Front windrower, lower windrower, honk. It'd be cool if you could like, actually use a blinker in this game. Oh, he's following me. We'll stick kind of the main road. Hey, hey, hey. Yeah, look, nope, we're just turning anyways. We are just going for it. We don't care. Do 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 do. What is he? This is ridiculous. Is it on? I could very easily mow this strip right here myself, so I'm gonna do that real fast. AI sometimes is just so slow to like think. Whereas I can very quickly just do this. So I'm just gonna mow the rest of this little strip myself anyways. We'll see, this seems a little bit too wide, but I might can get all this in a single go. Oh, wow, it does. You just kind of have to go a little bit diagonal with it, but yeah, cool. Looks like it actually will mow all this. Interesting. Don't go too far. There you go. It's a good angle. Because I wanted this one to go ahead and cut the headlands. And then when it finishes that and starts doing the up and downs, then I could go through with the windrower and go ahead and do the headland windrow with it. This grass is making it rough to drive where I want to drive it. There we go. All right, let's see here. So then we got to go this way. Cut it. Oh. It's hard to get these corners right to get all this mowed, though. That's for sure. Just with this rough grass. Good grief. You think it's rocks out here. It's crazy. You would just drive on it if it was real life. You would not have all these problems. All right, now that's done. We're going to go ahead and get this little bit. Okay, now I'm going to tell it do AI, headlands off, do the up and downs, okay. Now I'm going to hire AI again. And usually AI is a little bit better about the up and downs because there's no like sharp turns and stuff, it just goes. All right, now I'm going to windrow this outside edge here. Oop, I missed a little bit. Oopsie daisies. If I had the other windrower, it could do all three of these rows at once, so eventually I may have to get a bigger window over. This will do. And it looks like now nobody's on the stream. So I may even call it before I even do all this if nobody's watching. So if anybody is actually watching right now, let me know in the chat, because right now it shows nobody is on. And I'm probably only going to go a couple more minutes if nobody's still on. That looks like there's actually one viewer, but I don't know. It's still not, doesn't exactly update to that exact second. So please, if anybody is actually watching right now, please let me know in the chat. Because again, if nobody is watching, I'm going to call it a night pretty soon. But if somebody is actually watching, then I'll keep going. So please let me know actually in the chat. Because again, it's kind of lagged on if somebody is watching or not. I don't know exactly for sure. So I'd appreciate somebody letting me know if they are indeed watching. Because what you see is actually more live. So like if you see so many viewers, well, what you see as the amount of viewers is correct. But I see the amount of viewers is lagged behind. Oh yeah, he's getting ahead of me doing all that mowing, which is fine. It's what I want him to do. That was the point. That's why I let him mow all the headlands first. Then I get to go ahead and start windrowing it while he does the headlands, because I can only go 9 miles an hour, whereas he is going like 14 miles an hour. Okay. I'm thinking, is it worth me actually going like right here? Let me let him start the next up and down so he's out of my way. Yeah, the way he like slowly gets back around a turnaround, it's quicker if you just make a loop around and come back. Yeah, I'm gonna try to windrow all the headlands to one row if I can to make life a little bit easier. Is that a little bit of snow or is those bugs? Honestly cannot tell what that's supposed to be. I mean, yeah, I just missed a little bit. That's okay. We're not going to turn back around for that. We'll keep on going. Just doing this now will actually make it a little bit easier to bail later, so I'm fine with going back over these headlands to get the one nice row to be bailing. Then I'll go to windrowing the up and downs. Okay. Get this. All right, then we'll get turned around. Let him go ahead and get going on that up and down away from me so he can get out of my way here. And there we go. We are off. Hey, hey. What? Come and get your love. Come and get your love. Okay. We'll kind of get this all lined up to this one loop. Raise that up. Cool. Just trying to get going in the same direction he did. Is all I'm kind of trying to do. It's kind of tricky though, because I gotta do this without interfering with the other bit here, like around where the headland's at. So trying to windrow very carefully, not to mess up the outside edge here, but it is what it is. If I do mess it up, I'll just gonna have to just leave it, because I don't care about having to retrace over everything. There's another reason I'm trying to be careful now, so you know it's not a lot wrong with it, but with this hard angle, we might just have to deal with it. Do. It's nice though. He's mowing and I'm windrowing. An absolute ideal world, if the timing was right, AI would be windrowing and then I'll be bailing right behind him. But you know. Be nice if it worked like that all the time, but it's just not going to happen. Oh. Okay, again, so it's showing me nobody's watching and nobody said in chat. So if I do not see anybody post in chat in about 3 minutes, that'll be 1:40 in the morning. If nobody posts anything in the chat in about 3 minutes, I'm calling it a night. So please, if somebody is watching, say so in the chat. Otherwise, I'm going to call it in a couple of minutes. Because again, the way the live stream works, I can't see exactly when people are watching or how many people are actually watching. And right now it says 0. And nobody said anything in the chat when I asked earlier. So again, now 2 minutes. If you don't say anything in 2 minutes, I'm calling it a night. Now, if somebody is still watching and wants me to keep playing, I can, but again, if nobody can confirm you're watching, then I'm calling it a night, because then nobody actually is watching, as far as I can tell. So I like playing when I am entertaining somebody or, you know, educating somebody on what they can do or showing ways to play and stuff. If nobody's watching, then I'm going to call it a night, so just let me know. If you are indeed watching, then I'll keep going, but if nobody says anything in the next couple minutes, I am done. I can continue where I'm left off. And I can say doing my second cut or something. You know, he's mowing fast. I think I'm starting to catch up to him because his width is shorter, but he is, he's going faster than me, but he doesn't have the exact, he has a smaller work width. All right, it is 1:40. Nobody said anything in the chat. Look at this last windrow right here. If nobody says anything by the time I get to the end, I am calling it a night. It's 1:40 and I'm tired and I gotta work in the morning. About to be done. So again, if somebody is watching, let me know in the chat or I'm calling it. It's the last call. Okay, I'm calling it a night. So we have done pretty good. We have 89 different views tonight. So overall it was a good night. We made some progress. We own now at least some equipment for baling the next piece here, and we're about to sell all this silage too, so we're about to make a good profit on that because again we have enough hay and silage. We'll actually be able to sell all of it when we bale it here, and so that'll be a huge amount of profit we'll get in the bank again, and then that may let us buy even some more of the equipment we need. Like I still wanted to buy that mower he's using, but instead I'm leasing it right now. But it shows me right now there's a concurrent viewer, so if somebody is watching, I appreciate you letting me know in my chat, because I was actually, I'm about to call it a night, but if somebody's actually watching, then I'll keep going. But you know, I need some kind of sign of life. My chat's been kind of been quiet now for a little while, which I understand it's so late, but I need to know, like, if somebody is actually watching, then I'm fine with keeping on playing, but if nobody's watching, I want to call it a night. So let me know in chat if you are actually watching, or even just lurking. If you just type something to let me know, otherwise I want to call it pretty soon. I may at least wait until I get this last little bit of windrowed, and then next stream I might bale it, but again, if somebody is actually watching, then I might go ahead and bale it and do all that tonight. But if, again, if nobody is watching, then I'm going to call it here the next couple minutes. So give somebody just a little bit more time to let me know if they are watching. We'll get semi lined up here, lower it. There we go. Yeah, the mower moves faster than me, but the problem is he's just narrower. So even though he moves faster, I'm almost like twice as wide as he is. Or I am twice as wide as he is, so doesn't matter that he's faster than me. So hopefully I'm not blocking him. Yep, I gotta wait now until he finishes this. 89, 90 views now. I have to just take that. But I do want to go ahead and at least finish doing this. And make sure I'm at least enough out of his way. This tractor, man, it's an old tractor, but it's getting the job done. You're seriously in your way, dude? Come on. Come on. Looks like I only need to do like one more windrow after this one. So we are almost done windrowing. That'll be nice. Come on, get this last little bit. There you go. All right. Last windrow for this cut. We are wrapping it up. Holy smokes. It's finally happening. It's happening. Did I ever get a message from anybody? Now we don't own this mower, so we need to go ahead and do turn on. Just the windrower we don't own. Cool, we own this mower. I keep forgetting. Yes, we own the mower. Let's go. We'll run this back. And this guy will run the baler. It's my highest horsepower guy. All right, let's go get the baler. Take that stop sign. Take that. Take it.
Oh.
What was that? All right. Let's see. The tractor could use a little bit of help. But again, I really don't want to buy another tractor unless another one comes on sale that's worth it. Because the only reason I even bought this tractor was because this one came up on sale and I liked it a little bit more than another tractor I started the game with, so I sold that tractor. And then got this one. And then actually made a little bit of a profit on doing it that. I just like this one because I could get a front end loader. The other one had more horsepower, but I couldn't do a front end loader. But this one is still more horsepower than the John Deere. Alright. Good grief. Almost being crazy. Okay, hold on. I'm having a little bit of an issue real fast. Stepping on something. What is that? I don't know what that is. Something was on the floor there. Alright. Let's go ahead and get this baler over there. We won't bale just yet. We just literally are on the last row that we needed to windrow, so we'll do that first. I really need to repair this tractor. I'm gonna drop this right here and go repair. See if that helps me any at all. It's in pretty low health here, so it'll be worth fixing if I can afford fixing it. I don't know how much it's gonna cost. $7,000 to repair. Sure, we can repair it. We can afford the repair. Or I'm not spraying the thing clean. Screw that. No way, Jose. Yep, I get a little bit better top speed now. Much better. Yeah, we're going up to 33 miles per hour. We are booking it. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Last time I drive around the road to get over to that field was long. So I'm just gonna go ahead and cut through the farm to get there. Seems a little bit quicker than following the road, honestly. Moo cow. All right. Let's finish this windrow, and we're gonna go ahead and call it a night. I will bail this next cut on the next stream. Now, this is something that is actually leased. Return, thank you. I'll go ahead and actually get this tractor off of the field, back to the barn. And then next time I'm on, we'll jump in and bale all this hay. So there you go. Again, check the cows. Their health is now back up. Boom, they're at 100% now. So cows good. Productivity is high. TMR need to get some more soon-ish. They're like 3,000 a month. So that's pretty good. We have like 2 more months left for those guys. And then they're doing fine too. So yeah, very good. So cows are in good shape again for the next month or two. Then hopefully we'll get plenty of milk to turn around and sell again. Waiting for these cows to mature. That way we kind of double how many cows we get. I'm thinking soon I may buy more cows now that I can finally make my own TMR and stuff. We could very well buy more cows very soon to up our production. I could see me buying like another 10 and essentially double my production. And then they would consume double the TMR. But now that I can actually make my own TMR, it'd be worth it now. So we'll see how that ends up going. And then, yeah, we are ready to bale this field. Is all windrows ready to turn into silage on the next stream. And so that'll be good when we get to that. So I am going ahead and call it a night. It is now 1:54 in the morning. And I am calling it a night. It seems like there's nobody else watching. I've asked a couple of times for somebody to say in the chat if they are. Nobody has said anything. And to bale all this would take some pretty significant amount of time. So this is the best stop point right now. So I'd rather go ahead and do that. Again, unless somebody was on, I probably would still play, but nobody is on. Unless you say anything in the next few seconds, I am calling it a night. So anyways, assuming I am stopping now, the plan for the next stream is, of course, to bale all this. We look at our calendar for like wheat and stuff. So we'll go down to wheat. Can't sell anything, harvest this until July. And then grass. Our planting season's done. And we can still do all the harvesting per the usual. But with winter coming, this may be our last baling we can get until the springtime. And then we'll try to do some contracts or flip some vehicles that come on sale in the next few months. But as far as hay, like this will be our last hay cut for a couple of months. Wheat is not ready for harvest for like another 6 months. So as soon as we get finished done baling all this and sell it, the next thing I'll do is just keep an eye on contracts. And I keep an eye for equipment on sale over the next few months to hopefully start buying our own equipment to do all the hay instead of having to lease everything all the time. We did just buy a mower, but we still need the windrower, we still need a tedder, we still need to buy a baler, which is super expensive, so I don't even know if we'll ever own the baler or not. But maybe one day we will. But all that being said, I am, again, go ahead and call it a night since nobody has said anything. So if somebody is watching and you just, I don't catch you before you say anything in the chat, I do appreciate you swinging by. Appreciate you taking the time to listen in, to watch and enjoy. I hope you learned at least a little something. Anybody who has been watching or is still watching now. Again, I very much appreciate everybody who has swung by. Appreciate my little community and hopefully it continues growing. And again, I appreciate you swinging by. And I'll see you guys in the next stream.